Good morning, Mr. Chaskowson. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Chairperson.
Are we ready?
We are,
Good morning,
Chairperson.
Mr. Holden. Yes. Okay.
Chair, I wonder, on my way in this morning, I saw some disconcerting banner headlines, and I wonder if we might just clarify what seems to be a misunderstanding in the public eye.
Yes.
Because the banner headlines say 800 million stolen, how 800 million was stolen, or something like that. So can I just clarify with Mr. Holden, was 800 million of public funds stolen from Estina Dairy?
No, it was not.
How much in public funds went into Estina Dairy in total?
It was 280 million.
Indeed, and what does the 800 million refer to?
The 800 million refers to the aggregate deposits. That's all of the deposits that have taken place into the Estina account. And the importance of that figure is that we can show that all of the transfers that constituted that 800,000, the vast majority were drawn from the original 280 million deposited by the Free State government.
So that 280 million went in over time into the Estina account, and then parts of it were taken out and then circulated within the group enterprise and then put back in, so that it looked like instead of a total of 280 million being deposited in, there was 800 million deposited in.
That's correct.
But the total amount of public funds was 280 million.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Chair, when we adjourned yesterday, we had reached the end of part 3 of tranche 0 on the diagrams, and I indicated that to speed things up, we wouldn't be looking at every single transaction. We would just be taking a fairly high-level overview of the movement of money. And so if I can ask Mr. Holden to go back to the big overview of tranche 0, which is at page 672.
Certainly. Just to correct you, we didn't actually complete part 3. We reached step 5 of...
Step 5 of part 3?
7.
Sorry,
step 5 of 7.
Step 5 of 7. Okay. Well, we can go back to part 3 just to on the big picture to finish it off. But if we go to page 672, to orient the chair for where we will be going forward, 672 is a high-level overview of tranche 0. We have done part 1. Can you highlight part 1 on the screen? Or maybe it's easier to refer to it by your code. What do the black arrows reflect?
Certainly, the black arrows reflect the internal South African-based accounts. That's part 1 of tranche 0. And
then the red arrows?
I don't think we got to the red arrows. The pink arrows, which is part 2 over here.
Sorry,
slightly hard to see.
I have some color reading issues. Pink arrows are part 2. Okay. And the green arrows?
So green arrows are part 3, and it's a little bit complicated to trace, but it goes as so. I'm
afraid for the purposes of a record, because we're all going to come back to read a transcript, you're going to have to describe what you mean by and so, because we won't see the video at the same time.
Okay. The green arrows refer to part 3, as I call it, of tranche 0, which deals with the dissipation of $400,000 from Gateway Limited through to a number of different accounts. We have a movement down on the 23rd of September 2013 of $400,000 into global corporations, standard chartered Dubai-based US dollar account. That is then takes a leftward loop further down into global corporations, Bank of Abu Dhabi, dirham-based account on the same day, if I may just zoom in. That amount then goes up, and that's a 1.7 million dirham cash withdrawal on the 24th, and there's two streams that flow from that cash withdrawal. The first stream, which I'll focus on here, is a transfer that we spoke about yesterday that goes from cash all the way to the right and then takes an upward trajectory and then again left. And that is 367,245 dirham, which we suspect went to Hawala currency exchanges. The second stream of cash, 1.3 million dirham, is transferred also on the 24th. It goes to the right and then up and then to the left again to enter into Global Corporation's Bank of Baroda Dubai-based dirham account. Of that amount, immediately after it's received, $100,000, which is equal to 367,450 dirham, is then paid into Fidelity Enterprises Bank of Baroda Dubai-based US dollar account. At this point, it commingles with a whole series of other parts of this tranche to fund a transfer that moves downwards to the left of $900,000 that is made to Oak Bay Investments Bank of Baroda Johannesburg account 02/034. And I'll explain exactly how that amount is funded very shortly. The remainder of the cash, after it's been deposited, 368,750 dirham, is transferred on the 7th of October, and it goes upwards to the left, and it says cash given to Vikas in the ledger. I suspect that this was most likely an employee of the Gupta enterprise called Vikas Chaturvedi. And Vikas Chaturvedi was an employee who was based in India, who was responsible for, amongst other things, logistical exercises for the Gupta enterprise, so organizing visas and plane tickets and sort of odd job duties on the ground. If I may return...
Please do.
To the way in which the 900,000, which I'm indicating here, I'm going to try to zoom in to make it a bit clearer. This $900,000 transfer.
I'm sorry, what page is that diagram?
That is 672, which is the big overview of part one. To look at it in closer detail, sorry.
No, my 672 doesn't have three reds. That one has three reds. Mine doesn't, my 672 doesn't have three red destinations as well. My 672.
671, I'm sorry, Chair, 671.
Oh,
671.
okay, all right, okay.
So to return, this $900,000 transfer that's paid from Fidelity Enterprises Bank of Baroda account into Oak Bay Investments, that's funded from three different sources of funds. 100,000 of that we've just described, and that comes from the original 400,000 deposit that started part 3 of tranche 0. 750,000 of that is drawn from a payment in here, which is actually one of the few times we see a transfer in from an outside source in relation to Estina. And it's an amount of $754,755.46 pennies, and that was also transferred on the 24th of September 2013 into Global's Bank of Baroda Dubai-based US dollar account, and it's reflected on the spreadsheet as JJT. We'll explore in quite a bit more detail in further sessions the exact identity of JJT. Suffice to note here that JJT was wholly owned by the World's Window Group and was one of the entities that entered into a series of kickback agreements related to the Transnet flow of funds. I can't definitively state at this point, based on the documents available to me, that this 750,000 definitely derived from those Transnet payments, because at the same time as those payments were being made to JJT and onwards onto the Gupta enterprise, they were also undertaking a whole series of other transactions at the same time around money laundering. So unfortunately, we can't say definitively that this is from the Transnet contracts, but we do know definitively that it is from JJT. That is then, in this account, when we move to the further part 4, there's $50,000 that remains in the Global Corporation Bank of Baroda Dubai account, which brings the balance to $800,000 once the JJT amount has been paid in. And that $800,000 is then transferred to Fidelity Enterprises to join the $100,000 that had been paid in by Global Corporation. And that is then paid onwards as the $900,000 to Oak Bay Investments. So correctly speaking, we can say that from Tranche 0 funds that were paid in by the Free State government, of the $900,000 that is paid to Oak Bay Investments here, we see 100,000 from this part, from part 3, 50,000 from part 4, and as I'll describe in a little bit more detail later, 100,000 from part 5, and a certain amount from tranche 2 as well.
Can you then, again very quickly, but so that people can follow what you're doing, also zooming in, can you take the chair through tranche 0 part 4?
Certainly. So tranche 0.4 is the blue lines on the diagram. And that's initiated the day after the $3 million is transferred into Gateway Limited Standard Chartered account. $1 million is transferred from Gateway Limited Standard Chartered US dollar account. It moves down on the diagram to Global Corporation's Standard Chartered US dollar account. Of that, 750,000 dirham, which is equal to roughly $200,000, is then transferred down on the 8th of September 2013 into Global Corporation's Standard Chartered dirham-based account. On the same day, that amount is then withdrawn in cash, which we can see going down. Again, on the same day, that 750,000 dirham in cash is then paid into Global Corporation's Bank of Abu Dhabi dirham-based account. And then again on the same day, $200,000 is then transferred on the 8th of September 2013 into a ledger entry that just says Shivani-Ashla Gupta. And as we described earlier, that's the wife and the sister of the Gupta brothers. So 200,000 here is slightly less than 750,000 dirham. The remainder of that $1 million.
But before you move off there, can you just indicate to the chair how we see another cash firebreak here?
Absolutely. So as we've seen in the previous tranche, at this point here, which I'm highlighting on the screen, you see the 750,000 dirham withdrawn in cash.
Well, can you go even higher up, because it's the same entity all the way through?
Absolutely. It's Global Corporation, which is receiving the funds. And as we can see with the third part, that was transferred into Global Corporation's Bank of Abu Dhabi to then facilitate the firebreak. In this case, the 750,000 dirham is transferred to a Standard Chartered account owned by Global, then withdrawn in cash, and then transferred further onto Global Corporation's Bank of Abu Dhabi account. So without access to, if you were Standard Chartered, for example, and you were looking at this funds flow, you would only see that 750,000 dirham in cash has been withdrawn. You would have no idea where that 750,000 dirham went to. You would need, in order to trace this, the bank statements for Global Corporation's accounts across all of their banks that they hold. So that obviously makes it very difficult for compliance departments, for example, for banks to pick that up. Shall I describe the remainder of that part?
Please do, please do.
Okay. So Of the 1 million that is transferred on the 5th of September 2013, 700,000 of that is then transferred upwards to the right on the, that's 2 days after the payment is received. $700,000 on the 7th of September gets paid into Global Corporation's Bank of Baroda Dubai-based US dollar account. Of that amount, $145,000 is transferred into Fidelity Enterprises, Bank of Baroda Dubai-based US dollar account, which moves sort of diagonally to the right. And then finally, the following day...
Sorry, just again for the record purposes to emphasize on part 4 of Tranche 0, we're looking at blue arrows.
That's correct, blue arrows. And then finally, with this stream, we see on the following day, on the 9th of September, $142,000, which is transferred to an entity that's recorded in the ledgers as Bhatia share purchase. As we can't see the exact recipient account number, I can't confirm exactly what Bhatia that refers to, but it is worth noting that in the Gupta Leaks files, there's quite an extensive set of correspondence indicating a joint venture was entered into between certain Gupta Enterprise companies and a Indian-based coal producer by the name of Bhatia Coal. And I would strongly suspect that this refers to a purchase of Bhatia shares in India. And then finally, to close out this blue line part, the remainder of the 700,000 that had been transferred on the 7th of September, of that, $504,087, which equals 1.85 million dirham, is transferred to the right on the diagram on the 7th of the 9th, 2013. It reaches Global Corporation's Bank of Baroda Dubai-based dirham account, and on the same day, we see an entry of that 1.85 million dirham being transferred to the Nadi exchange for Hawala, and that closes that out. So with parts 3 and 4 concluded, we can see the total amount of Tranche 0 funds, I should say, that went to the Hawala exchange was 2,614,500 dirham, and the amount that was given in cash to Vikas Chaturvedi was 368,750 dirham.
And then if you could finish off Tranche 0 with the fifth and last stream.
Absolutely. So Tranche 0 is highlighted on the diagram in red. And there are unfortunately, two streams involved here. The first stream is a payment shortly after Gateway Limited receives its funds from Estina. It's paid from Gateway Limited Standard Chartered US dollar account into Accurate Investments Limited Standard Chartered Dubai-based US dollar account. And then immediately thereafter, $1.347 million is transferred to Linkway Trading's State Bank of India Johannesburg account. I attempted to confirm the exact rand amount that would equal to, but the treatment of this deposit in Linkway's State Bank of India account was slightly strange. It doesn't reflect the full amount coming in, but only a portion of it, and it refers to it as transferred from transferred to ZAR account, which would make me believe that either Linkway Trading or the State Bank of India received the deposit into a US dollar denominated account and disgorged a portion of it into the Linkway Trading. But I did then check the historical exchange rate on that day, and it was almost exactly 10 rand to the dollar. So the total amount that was transferred was roughly 13.47 million rand to Linkway Trading. And then as the final stream, of the 1.4 million that was paid on the 9th of September, there was 50,000 that remained in Accurate Investments account. This was then transferred over on the 23rd of September 2013 into Fidelity Enterprises Standard Chartered Dubai-based US dollar account, which moves to the right here. It is joined by a transfer that had been made 5 days previous from Gateway Limited Standard Chartered US dollar account into Fidelity Enterprises Standard Chartered Dubai-based US dollar account of 50,000. And then that same day, we see a transfer of $3.1 million from Fidelity Enterprises Standard Chartered Dubai-based US dollar account into Oak Bay Investments Bank of Baroda Johannesburg account. Of that 3.1 million, we can definitively trace 100,000 to tranche 0 and the remainder 3 million to tranche 2. So if we look at the bottom here, we can see again a corresponding endpoint, the final railway station stop, the exit point for Linkway Trading. For this tranche, they earn $1.347 million. And Oak Bay Investments is paid $4 million at this time, of which $250,000 is sourced from tranche 0. And that concludes the section.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. It is quite a staggering exercise, this, and we're about to get to the worst of the lot, which is tranche 1. So can I ask you to go to page 692? And there we see an overview of tranche 1. And can you tell the chair how you've broken up this tranche for the purposes of your analysis, and what arrows mean what in terms of different sections of the analysis?
Certainly, but before I do so, it might be worthwhile explaining some of the reasoning behind the way in which this tranche operated.
Absolutely.
So as we saw with tranche 0, we had money coming in from the Free State government and immediately being put into a fixed deposit account and being left untouched for a period of time, for over a year. But as 2012 wore on, Estina started having to develop and deliver a dairy farm, in which case they started incurring certain costs. In order to finance those costs, as the following payment from the Free State government, the tranche 1 payment, was only going to be made in 2013, 18th of April 2013, the Estina took out a series of, Kamal Vastram, I should say this, took out a series of loans from Oak Bay Investments and Aerohaven Trading, which were immediately on-paid to Estina and used for various costs, and they were ultimately settled once the tranche 1 funds came in from the Free State government. And then turning to the diagram, I'm fully aware that in this format it is almost illegible, but it does give you a good sense of the extent of the complexity of the section. As with the previous diagram, the start point of money entering into the money flows is the green box of the Free State government, which is right at the bottom. And then we have a series of red...
Sorry, while we're at the green box, can you just clarify that it wasn't 34 rands and 95 cents?
It was 34.95 million, yes.
Yeah, there should be an M there.
Correct.
Yes.
And then we have, obviously, the red boxes, which again are the final stepping off point on the journey. And we have a couple here and over here. The yellow boxes are, again, anything that's color-coded in yellow is a stop along the way to the final destination. Adding slightly more complexity to the yellow, every loan account that's taken out is indicated as a circle, and every fixed deposit account is designated by this particular rhombus.
I'm sorry, I missed the part about the circle.
So the fixed deposit accounts are represented by this rhombus here, sort of like a slightly skew square.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, just to distinguish it from the other squares, rectangles on the page. And then in terms of the color...
Sorry, Mr. Holden, can you just go and clarify what you said about the loan accounts as well?
Yes, so the loan accounts are circles, are indicated as circles on the diagram.
So whenever I see a circle, I must know that's a loan account.
Correct, Chair.
Okay.
And then whenever you see the skew square, the rhombus here, you'll know that's a fixed deposit account.
Oh, okay.
And then anything else that's a square and yellow is a stop-off point, but is a current account or a savings account of some kind.
Okay.
Then there are I broke this tranche down into 4 different sets of fund flows. The first part is indicated by green arrows. The second part is indicated by purple arrows. The third part is indicated by blue arrows, and the final part is indicated by a orangey red color.
Because this tranche is so dense, I think it may be simpler when we run through it to do it by the part diagrams rather than the overview diagram, because there's so much on the overview diagram. So can I ask you to go to part 1 on page 693 and take us through what you describe in part 1?
Certainly. So what we see here, Chair...
And sorry, might I ask that every now and then where you see a fairly obvious money laundering device being employed, maybe to flag it.
Absolutely.
Maybe not every time, because that may take too long.
Certainly. So this part is actually entirely a money laundering exercise to an extent. It is, if you look at the overview diagram, on the left-hand side, the first large yellow box, which is a little bit down here, is the loan that's granted by Oak Bay to Kamal Vasram, which is eventually settled with the money that's paid in by the Free State government. So what we're seeing here, in a very complicated form, is a circular movement of funds. I'll go out a little bit further if I can. You'd see a circular movement of funds, which effectively settles a loan back loop. This is what's known as a loan back. If I can go to... Again,
and the loan back is settled with public funds, not with Gupta Enterprise funds.
That's correct. So none of the funds that are transferred from Oak Bay to Kamal Vasram are actually ever fully derived from Oak Bay investments. It's just that in advance on the Free State government's tranche payment, and it's repaid in full by the Free State government funds. I have broken this down into steps as well, which might be a little bit easier to...
If you want to take it step by step, by all means, do.
So this would be, I'm not quite sure what it would be the following page in the...
694.
694. So the first step here is that Oak Bay transfers its loan, which I put in inverted commas, to Kamal Vasram's Bank of Baroda and Standard Bank accounts. In this slide, we see the loan payments made over a period from the, I'm trying to find the earliest payment. I think it's the 9th of November 2012, and the latest payment is the 18th of April 2013, and in total, all of those payments total 6.342 million rand. And as we can see here, these amounts are, as we scroll over to the following slide, so here's Oak Bay's loan, and here are all the transactions being paid into Kamal Vasram's accounts. The first one up here is his Bank of Baroda account, and the one down here is the Standard Bank account. And if you scroll over to the following step, we see that Kamal Vasram transfers immediately the day he receives the loans from Oak Bay. He pays them directly into Estina Standard Bank account, 31086480, which is then used to pay a whole range of dairy-related costs over the course of a period of time. Here, of that 6 million original loan, 4,135,829 rand and 63 cents goes to entities that I assume were related to the provision of the dairy farm. Goes to various contractors and local businesses in Vrede.
But included in that is salaries to, well, to whom?
Indeed. Thank you for pointing that out. One of the largest recipients of funds in that stream, and actually over the life of the Estina project, when I refer to dairy-related costs, I also mean employee costs there. And by far the largest recipient of funds personally from the Estina project in that regard was a man by the name of Chandrama Prasad. And Chandrama Prasad, the Gupta League show, was a very close Gupta associate. His work visa for South Africa was arranged by the Gupta enterprise, I think, as far as I recall, on a Sahara-based letterhead. He had no experience whatsoever in agriculture. It appears that...
What was his experience?
His experience appears to be based, from what we can discern in the Gupta Leagues, is that he was either a junior to or a PA to a former Indian intelligence officer. And I'm not sure if you recall, Chair, but I think it was a witness by the name of Basan who appeared before the commission at a certain stage, and he described the experience of interacting with Chandrama Prasad.
Oh, yes, yes, I think I remember that.
That's right, yeah. Where Chandrama Prasad didn't understand why all the cows were dying, and he had to be explained that they can't just survive off grass, but they needed feed as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and over time, over the length of the Estina project that we can see, he gets paid just over 3 million rand in this period, so a very substantial salary over this period of time. We also see him interacting with the various Gupta enterprise employees, trying to advise them on how they could get certain security or diplomatic clearances in India. So I would imagine that part of the reason he was employed was to facilitate those sort of contacts.
There's also an amount of just under 460,000 that goes to AFGRI equipment in one of your red boxes coming out of the standard.
So of that 6 million loan, 459,876 rand is paid on the 11th of January to the right to AFGRI equipment. They receive a further payment from this tranche, which is why I indicate a total there of 2.819, and I'll show where that those funds come from. And then to close out this step, somewhat strange, I don't fully understand the reason behind this, but one of the Oak Bay transfers to Kamal Vasram was for 1.2 million rand on the 6th of November. And we can see here, it goes from Kamal Vasram's Standard Bank account all the way up diagonally to the right, up to Estina's Bank of Baroda account, current account 02255. That amount is then immediately put into a cash margin account, and it stays there for, apologies, it stays there for about 18 days, when it is returned back to Estina's Bank of Baroda account, and then ultimately paid onwards to an entity that's described in the bank statements as Frieda, Pretorius, and Bosman at that FNB address, and some limited online searches seems to suggest that Pretorius and Bosman were a law firm based in Frieda.
Can you, on this diagram, all of the money appears to originate in an Oak Bay loan, and all of it goes through Kamal Vasram to Estina. Can you suggest why that why the money flow may have been designed that way?
The only possible reason I can think is to create a degree of confusion in tracing the funds, to create a distance between Oak Bay and Estina, so that when an investigator was to look at the Estina Standard Bank account, for example, they'll be seeing a whole range of transfers in from Kamal Vasram, who is the sole director of Estina, and he could argue at that point, see, I am putting in my own funds into this venture, whereas if you had Kamal Vasram's bank account, you'd realize that actually it's none of his own funds, it's Oak Bay's funds, and as we'll see, those Oak Bay funds are eventually returned.
Can we then go to step 2?
Step 3.
Sorry, step 3. Step 3.
Step 3 works slightly differently. There is a loan amount that is transferred from Oak Bay into Kamal Vasram's Bank of Baroda current account, which is 024/262. 500,000 is transferred here up to the right, of 500,000 on the 26th of October 2012. Of that, 150,000 is immediately...
I'm sorry, Mr. Holden, you have lost me again. What page is that one?
That would be the following.
696, Chair.
696.
Indeed.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
So on the 26th of October 2012, 500,000 is transferred to Kamal Vastram's Bank of Baroda account from the Oak Bay loan facility. On that same day, 350,000 is then transferred into Sunbay Trading's Standard Bank account. And as we discussed yesterday, Sunbay Trading was, the sole director of Sunbay Trading was Kamal Vastram, but it was implicated in a series of state capture related scams with the Free State government. And the remaining...
And was that involving, I think yesterday you testified that it involved selling computers derived from Sahara at a very substantial markup to the provincial government? That's
correct, Chair. Of the remaining 500,000 Rand, 150,000 Rand is transferred to Estina Standard Bank account, where it is used to pay, it's commingled with the other funds to pay assorted dairy costs. And then we have a final, slightly complicated step.
Page 697, Chair.
Chair.
Yes.
This begins with step 4, which I've indicated here at the bottom. Again, there was another amount from the Oak Bay loans that behaves very differently, and it becomes quite a complicated treatment, which is quite clearly designed as a money laundering exercise. We can see that on the 11th of October 2012, 3.5 million Rand is transferred from Oak Bay's loan to Kamal Vastram's Bank of Baroda current account. That is then immediately transferred onwards to Estina Standard Bank account. And then on that same day, 2.359 million is paid to AFGRI equipment. Sorry, it's the following day rather than the same day. So it's on the 12th of October, we see a line to the right here from Estina Standard Bank to AFGRI equipment, and that brings the total to just under 3 million with these two parts paid in.
3 million to AFGRI.
To AFGRI, that's correct. That leaves, after this payment is made, just over R1 million from the original 3.5 million Rand loan. That is then transferred back into Kamal Vastram's Bank of Baroda account on the 12th of October 2012, and that's step 5 in my diagram here. That amount then commingles with another amount in Kamal Vastram's Bank of Baroda current account. Apologies.
That would be the missing 950,000 that we were discussing yesterday.
Correct. So I suspect that 950,000 might have derived from the tranche 0 payment that was paid to Estina's ABSA account, because there's a payment out of 950,000, and it seems quite a coincidence that that amount then gets reintegrated back into the laundering system. So that 1.05 million Rand joins with 950,000 Rand and is then transferred into an Estina Bank of Baroda fixed deposit account. So again, what's noticeable there is it's not a Kamal Vastram Bank of Baroda fixed deposit account. He's transferring funds from his own account to create an Estina fixed deposit account. This current account remains active for just over 5 months, if my math is correct. No, apologies. It is.
It's just under a year.
Just under a year, apologies. 2 million Rand is then transferred from that fixed deposit account into Estina's Bank of Baroda account. At that point, on the 4th, it joins an amount of 28 million that we saw from tranche 0 that is paid into, that was the fixed deposit in tranche 0, is then paid out to Estina Standard Bank account, that which then facilitates the 30 million rand transfer to the right here to Gateway Limited, which is the offshore payment that we were discussing in the previous tranche. And we can say...
So just to recap here, when we dealt with that payment of just over $3 million to Gateway yesterday, 28 million had come from Tranche 0, and what you're describing here is the remaining 2 million.
That's correct. So to clarify, we could definitively trace of that 30 million, 28 million definitely came from Tranche 0, 1.05 million definitely came from Tranche 1, and I suspect the remaining 950,000 came from Tranche 0.
Then, if you can complete the loan back story.
Yes, which is on the following.
That is then on page 698. So thus far it looks like this entire money flow has been funded by an Oak Bay loan.
That's correct, Chair. And what we see now is the Free State government paying in money sufficient to now settle those loans. So that happens as step 7 on my diagram here. On the 18th of April 2013, 34.95 million rand, here I've included the M, so it's not 34.95 rand, is paid from the Free State government into a Estina Standard Bank account. That is then 10 million of which is then transferred immediately on the 19th of April 2013 into Estina's Bank of Baroda current account 02255, and then again on the same day, that is then placed into a fixed deposit account as step 8, with the account number 03/245. This is where things get very complicated. Estina then, so Kamal Vasram then opens up a loan account of 9.5 million rand up here in the left-hand corner, which is guaranteed against the Estina's Bank of Baroda fixed deposit account, which again, Chair, is a very useful way of breaking a flow of funds, because unless you have the underlying banking instructions from Bank of Baroda, you won't know that the loan amount is actually based on Estina's funds. That 9.5 million is then transferred out over the course of 3 days in one payment of 5 million and one payment of 4.5 million on the 19th of April 2013 and the 22nd of April 2013 respectively. It gets paid to Oak Bay.
So that is Kamal Vasram repaying the original Oak Bay advance on the basis of funds that are secured by a Estina fixed deposit, which in turn has been funded by the Free State government.
That's correct, Chair. And then the final step in this particular loan back scheme is step 10 up here, which is that finally on the 14th of October 2013, the fixed deposit account is closed and the proceeds are paid back into Estina's Bank of Baroda current account 02/255. And the loan account is then closed and it is settled. As you can see, there's a dotted line there, and I should have perhaps made it a little bit clearer. When I indicate a dotted line, it is a fund flow based on a guarantee rather than an actual fund flow, if that makes sense. And then here we have the loan gets settled by the fixed deposits closure, and that happens on the 14th of October 2013. And it's an amount of 9,577,673 rand and 94 cents, which is the 9.5 million plus a small amount of added interest that is then settled against the 10 million funds, which effectively closes the loan back loop and allows us to see that all of these funds are ultimately paid back using Free State government funds.
That's the end of part 2 of part 1 of tranche 1. Before we get to part 2, maybe if we can go back to the big picture, which is page 692, so you can show us where part 2 is going to fit in.
Certainly. So part 2 on the big diagram is indicated by the pink lines. And again, it'll be making use of a fixed deposit and loan arrangement. And it eventually pays out funds to Vargafield, Linkway Trading, and on assorted dairy costs as well.
Can we then go to the close-up of part 2, which starts on page 699?
Certainly, Chair. What we have here is effectively another loan-back scheme using Oak Bay, in which ultimately the funds are repaid using Free State government funds. If I may go to the next page to start the stepwards discussion.
Okay. That would be page 700, Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, so on the 18th of April, the first step is the deposit in from the Free State government of 34.95 million rand. Goes into Estina Standard Bank here to the right. That is then transferred 4 days later, 24.95 million rand is then transferred up into Estina's Bank of Baroda account. And if you recall from the previous part of tranche 1, that happened roughly at the same time as the 10 million rand stream was diverted into a fixed deposit account. And then on the 22nd of April 2013, so the same day, it's paid into Estina's Bank of Baroda current account. It's put into a Bank of Baroda fixed deposit account, 03/246. Moving to the following page.
To the following page, which is 701. So we're now sitting with a fixed deposit of 25 million.
And the step 3 here is that Kamal Vasram again takes out a 4 million rand loan with the Bank of Baroda with account number 06/297. And here I've indicated it with a dotted line. He takes it out against the Estina Bank of Baroda fixed deposit account, which, as we saw previously, was a good way of breaking an electronic flow of funds. You wouldn't be able to see that that's where it's derived from. That 4 million rand ultimately ends up back in Estina's Standard Bank account, operating according to the standard Oak Bay loan back. But what we saw here, which is quite interesting, when we were looking into this particular payment, once I received the statements from the Commission, is that the Bank of Baroda loan account for Kamal Vasram, the 4 million rand loan account, if you look at that statement, when it's in the withdrawal figure, it actually states that it's going to Oak Bay Investments. But it goes to no Oak Bay Investment account at all. Instead, it turns up in Estina Standard Bank account with the reference Kamal Vasram. So what I suspect happened was that the Bank of Baroda knew quite well that this amount was ultimately going to be paid onto Kamal Vasram anyway, and skipped a step, and instead of paying it into Oak Bay's account, just paid it directly into the Estina Standard Bank account with the reference Vasram.
Can we then go to step 4?
So step 4, with the 4 million rand, is then paid out in assorted costs. So we have 157,320 rand that is paid out on the 8th of May, 2013. That goes to Linkway Trading. We have 2 transfers that are made on the 24th of April, 2013 and the 6th of May, 2013. And those ultimately get paid out to Vargafield here for a total of 3.25 million. And then there's an approximate amount, because there's a slight difficulty in disaggregating the exact funds flow at this point from the Estina bank account. But according to my calculations, approximately 358,739 rand of that 4 million rand loan is paid on assorted dairy costs.
And then if you can do step 5 on page 703.
Certainly. Chair, step 5 effectively closes this loan back system. On the 14th of October 2013, Estina's Bank of Baroda fixed deposit account is closed, and the proceeds are paid into Estina's Bank of Baroda current account 02/255, and then it is used to pay back the loan over here to the left, going up to Kamal Vasram's account, which then closes Kamal Vastrom's 4 million rand loan account. The total amount that's paid to settle it is 4,035,131 rand and 32 cents. That's paid on the 14th of October 2013, which is the 4 million rand original amount plus 35,000 rand in interest that had been accrued in that period.
And that's the end of part 2. If we go over the page to 704, we see a diagram of part 3 of this first tranche. And again, maybe before we get into any detail there, if we can go back to the big picture of the whole of tranche 1 on page 692. Can you show the chair on 692 what we're going to be looking at now?
Certainly. So part 3 funds are indicated on the big diagram in blue lines. And effectively what we have here is another loan back scheme being used. This time, however, it is not Oak Bay that is paying out a loan, it's Arrowhaven. And Arrowhaven, as we discussed yesterday, is another Gupta enterprise company in which Ronika Raghavan is the primary director. It goes through quite an extensive loan back loop, again, funded by and settled with various amounts of loan accounts, and ultimately disgorges in payments of 2 million rand, just over 2 million rand, 52,112 rand on assorted dairy costs, 5.95 million paid over to Vargafield over a period of time between the 13th of August 2013 and the 10th of September 2013, 2.2 million paid also to Vargafield, and a final amount of 875,000 also paid to Vargafield.
Does Gateway not pick up a little amount as well?
Oh, correct, Chair. And then there is an amount of approximately 3.52 million rand that derives from Tranche 1, Part 3, which we'll turn to now, that goes to Gateway Limited as part of a bigger 4.57 million transfer. That transfer is funded with funds from this tranche and also tranches 2 and 3.
And when you say 4.75 million, you're talking dollars, not rands?
No, that's rands.
Well, let's get to it. The total amount that will go to Gateway is dollars. Okay. Well, let's get to it. Can we then go back to page 704, where you start, where there's a focus diagram of tranche 3, and maybe to start with step 1 on page 705.
So as we discussed previously, this step starts with the 34.95 million rand payment into Estina Dairy bank account by the Free State government, which is then placed into the Estina Bank of Baroda account, and then that creates the 25 million rand Estina fixed deposit account, which we described in the previous part.
And over the page on page 706 for steps 2 and 3.
This is where it gets slightly more complicated. Step 2, Kamal Vastrom takes out 2 loans, one worth 2 million rand and one worth 1 million rand. And it is guaranteed, if you see here to the left, over here, I might zoom in a bit to make that clearer. You can see here that those 2 loans to Kamal Vastrom are guaranteed against a Estina fixed deposit account with the account number 03/249. That fixed deposit account is funded with tranche 2 money. However, these 2 loans are ultimately settled against tranche 1 money, which I'll then describe as we go further.
And step 3?
Step 3, Chair, involves the payment of those two loans from Kamal Vasram get paid into the Estina standard bank account. And let me just double check the dates of those. The first 1 million rand is transferred on the 11th of June 2013. And as far as I can see, that is the same date as the second one as well. It gets paid into Estina's standard bank account as step 3, and then paid onwards to various recipients. 625,000 is transferred to Vargafield on the 17th of May 2013, and 250,000 is transferred on the, apologies, Chair, on the 7th of June 2013. There's also two amounts which are transferred, two amounts which eventually get commingled and transferred over to pay assorted dairy costs. The first amount is R1 million and 1,052,000 rand 112, which is paid out on the between the 17th of May 2013 and the 10th of June 2013, and then a further amount of 1.339 million rand, which is paid out on the 12th of June 2013, between 12th of June 2013 and the 4th of July 2013, of which R1 million rand is derived from the loan.
Then, over the page on 707, you have steps 4 and 5.
Here at step 4, Arrowhaven grants a loan to Kamal Vasram of 8.9 million rand. And those amounts are, like with the Oak Bay loan, immediately transferred into Kamal Vasram's standard bank account, and from there immediately transferred into Estina's standard bank account, where it is used for a range of different expenditures, which you can see here in step 5. The loan amounts are paid out. And my calculations suggest that from this 8.9 million rand loan, Vargafield has paid 5,950,000 rand. Gateway gets approximately 557,000 rand.
And that 557 will form part of
a much larger payment.
A much larger payment. You've got 19.78 million.
That's correct.
On your diagram. Once again, just the interposition of Vasram between Arrowhaven and Estina is serving what purpose?
Chair, I suspect that the primary purpose, well, I suspect two primary purposes. The one is to make the tracing of the funds slightly more difficult. And the second is that it creates a break between Arrowhaven and Estina, which could be used to justify, if an investigator was to look at Estina's standard bank statements, or for example, the Free State Government, Kamal Vasram would be able to say, look, I've put in this amount of money into Estina, when actual fact it derives from Oak Bay. Sorry, from Arrowhaven in this case.
Indeed. And so then can we go over the page to 708 and steps 6, 7, 8, and 9, starting with step 6?
Certainly. So at the very top of the diagram, we see at step 6, Kamal Vasram takes out a 19.5 million rand loan against the Estina fixed deposit account, 03/297, which had been funded by the original 25 million rand payment. That loan is then paid out on the 20th of September 2013. The full 19.5 million is then transferred as step 7 into Kamal Vasram's Bank of Baroda current account. So if I might highlight here, we're seeing an amount from an Estina fixed deposit account guaranteeing an amount for Kamal Vasram, therefore creating a difficulty. It would be difficult for an investigator to know that the loan amount is based on the fixed deposit account without the banking instructions. But to return to step 7, the 19.5 million rand loan then is immediately paid out to settle the 2 million rand loan and the, apologies, Chair, and the 1 million rand loan that I described slightly earlier. Then so that then settles those two loan accounts, which are effectively settled with Tranche 1 funds. 8.9 million of that original 19.5 million rand loan is then transferred on the 20th of September 2013 to Arrowhaven, and that effectively closes the Arrowhaven loan. And again, what this entire structure has done is, if an investigator was to try and establish whether these that Kamal Vasram was the source of these loans, of the payments into Estina, he'd be able to present bank statements saying, as you can see, I took out a loan from Arrowhaven, but I also repaid that loan from Arrowhaven. Therefore, these are my funds being paid into Estina. And then as a final step, 5.8 million, that's the remainder of the 19.5 million rand loan, is transferred down and to the right on the 20th of September 2013 into Estina's standard bank account. And that is then commingled with a much larger set of amounts stemming from other tranches, from Tranche 2 funds in particular, and is ultimately paid over to Gateway Limited. So we can see from this particular step of Tranche 1, 5.8 million is paid over to Gateway Limited.
Then can we close out part 3 on page 709?
Certainly. So step 10, which is the penultimate step, involves the Estina fixed deposit account is closed and the proceeds are paid on the 14th of October 2013 into a Baroda account with the account number 92022213201,001. And I indicate that as an unknown Baroda account because we're still not entirely clear, based on the Commission's records, the exact nature of the account. It does turn up a suspense account, but on the Bank of Baroda's own account statements for the fixed deposit account, it refers to an entry called Zalofo Pty Limited. I'm afraid I can't entirely explain why this takes place. I suspect that perhaps there was a clerical error and the amount was paid into the wrong account and then eventually returned back into Estina's fixed deposit account.
Either way, the 25 million goes out and comes back
pretty
a short
much
while later.
on the same day. And then, which is my reasoning behind the clerical error, because it happens on exactly the same day. And then the 25 million rand then eventually pays back out of the fixed deposit account into Estina's Bank of Baroda account. And then mercifully, as the final step, the 19.5 million rand Kamal Vasram loan is then settled with the closure of the fixed deposit account. And that is settled with a payment of 19,593,066 rand and 61 cents. That's paid on the 14th of October 2013, which would be the 19.5 million plus roughly 93,000 rand in interest accrued.
And then at page 710 we have part 4, which is mercifully simple. Maybe, once again, just for orientation purposes, if we can go back to 692 just to see where we are in the big picture.
Certainly. So as I indicated previously, part 4 is, the part 4 arrows are in a sort of orangey red color. And it involves the disposition of a remaining 2 million rand from the Free State government, which doesn't actually take a very long trip around, but is eventually disgorged into Vargafield.
And that we see on page 710.
That's correct.
That's the end of tranche 1. Tranches 2 to 7 are a lot simpler, Chair. We'll move through them quite quickly.
Yeah, tranche 1 took quite some time.
Can we, Mr. Holden, can you take us to tranche 2 on page 711?
Certainly, I'm just bringing it up here. It has appeared to be disagreeing with my computer, but we have it up now.
And maybe, again, take us to the starting point and the end points and anything of note in between.
Absolutely. So again, we've started this funds flow with the green departure point box from the Free State Government. And that is a payment of 30 million rand on the 26th of April 2013. And that is tranche 2 funds. And it ultimately is then paid out via, it is smurfed and then put into a fixed deposit account for a short period of time, and then ultimately paid out to Gateway Limited, where it is then further dispersed, and we see the ultimate recipients of these funds. We see in the red boxes to the left here, we have 3 recipients. There is $109,932.40 that is paid to an entry that is unfortunately not described in the Dubai ledgers. But then we have an amount of 125,000 dirham, which is paid out on the 13th of October 2013 to an entity by the name of Third Eye Enterprises. Again, I'm not entirely sure what role they played within the Gupta enterprise, if any. An amount of $65,270.39 is paid to an entity by the name of Idea for Life General Trading. Again, I haven't entirely been able to verify the exact role this plays in the Gupta enterprise. I'd prefer not to put things into evidence that would be pure speculation. And then the final amount is
not yet the final amount. There's
apologies. Further down the page, I've scrolled in too quickly. At the bottom of the page, there is 73,222 dirham that is paid to an entity by the name of Revlon Global, and Revlon Global at the time was providing travel services to the Gupta enterprise, booking flight tickets in particular. And then the final amount is paid from Gateway Limited into Fidelity Enterprises account, and it's an amount of $3.1 million that's paid out on the 23rd of September 2013, and that's paid out to Oak Bay Investments. And as we discussed at the previous tranche, that $3.1 million is constituted of $3 million from tranche 2 and $100,000 from tranche 1.
And is there anything of note that you want to highlight about how the money gets from the Free State Government to these endpoints, or?
I think it's relatively straightforward, this tranche. I think the two sort of money laundering techniques to note here, the first is, as we discussed yesterday, the smurfing exercise, where the 30 million rand is then divided into 6 equal parts of 5 billion rand. The second laundering exercise is it's actually related to the previous tranche, and I think it might be worthwhile just highlighting how tranche 2 and tranche 1 do actually fit together. So as I described previously in tranche 1, there were 2 loans of R1 million and 2 million rand that were taken out. And it's against this deposit here, as we can see, this fixed deposit here, that those loans were issued.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Then let's move forward to tranche 3, which is even simpler. Sorry, yes, tranche 3, page 712.
Certainly.
And can you take us through the start and end points and anything in between that is of importance?
Certainly. So what we have here is the start point again, is the yellow box. And
sorry, the green box.
The green box, apologies. The green box is from the Free State Government. And that is a 19.05 million rand transfer from the Free State Government on the 3rd of May 2013, and that forms tranche 3. The hallmark of this particular tranche is that it takes a very brief sojourn. It gets paid almost immediately from a Estina Standard bank account into a Stanlib unit trust account, an investment account, where it sits for approximately 3 months, just under 3 months, and then the full amount plus the proceeds of that investment are then returned back into a Estina Standard bank account on the 5th of August 2013. So what we can see here is that by having access to the Free State Government funds, the Gupta enterprise has, by investing it in the Stanlib Bedford Gardens account, earned 222,000 Rand for doing very little. On the 5th of August, I should also mention that, so on the 5th of August, the full amount is transferred back into a Estina Standard bank account. There it commingles with an amount of 1 million Rand from an Aerohaven loan that was originally sourced from tranche 1. Once that's commingled in the Standard bank account, 100,000 goes to...
Sorry, just to clarify that Aerohaven loan is a loan to Kamal Vasram.
That's correct.
Which then goes into Estina.
That's correct. Thank you. Sorry, apologies, Chair. On the 7th of August, on the 2nd of August, of that 1 million Rand loan back, 100,000 is transferred to Kamal Vasram's personal account. By joining with the 19.2 million, the remainder of the 1 million provides sufficient funds to then transfer 19.78 million Rand on the 7th of August. And that gets paid to Gateway Limited. That's the Standard Chartered US-based Dubai bank account. It takes a very brief and unnecessary detour. 1.6 million of that is transferred on the 11th of August 2013 into Global Corporation's Standard Chartered account.
Sorry, Mr. Holden, would I be correct that the 19.2 million Rands translates into $2 million?
That's correct.
That lands in the Gateway Standard Chartered account?
That's correct. Of that $1.6 million, it is almost immediately returned in 2 payments of $890,000 and $700,000, both on the 12th of August. So effectively, you've just moved it around in circles in one day.
But it goes to a different Gupta vehicle.
That's correct. And it goes to an Accurate Investments Standard Chartered US dollar account, where it joins a further 400,000 that had been paid by Gateway Limited on the 12th. All those commingled back together, which is effectively the amount that had been transferred earlier. $1.986 million is then transferred out on the 12th of August 2013 to Linkway Trading. And again, this amount and the previous Linkway Trading amount were the amounts that were invoiced against the wedding costs.
Can I stop here and maybe highlight a different laundry device that that you haven't mentioned? This is, if you talk about a cash firebreak, this is almost an offshore firebreak. Because what we see here, I'd like you to comment on this. What we see here ultimately is 19.05 million coming into Estina from the Free State government and goes round in circles and then comes out in essentially the same amount to Linkway Trading. So a South African company receives public funds, which are eventually going to be transferred to another South African company. But in the meantime, the money has gone offshore, has moved between different vehicles offshore. So there's no way within South Africa, absent the Gupta leaks, that we would ever be able to link the 19 million that was received by Estina to the 19 million that was paid in to Linkway from Accurate. Because Estina's 19 million went to Gateway. Linkway's 19 million came from Accurate, and we don't have sight of offshore records.
Absolutely. I think that's an excellent point. Clearly, this is all designed to create a as soon as funds move from South Africa offshore, and certainly as soon as they move into a jurisdiction like the UAE or Dubai, where the likelihood of compliance with mutual legal assistance requests may not be as likely as with the United States or the UK, it becomes increasingly difficult to access those sort of bank statements, and it creates effectively a blind spot that we have luckily been able to fill with the Gupta leaks.
And then, well, Chair, I see we've reached the tea break.
Yes, but if you are about to finish a particular part, we can finish and then take the break.
I do need 5 minutes with Mr. Holden just to flag something in relation to the fifth tranche,
Let's
which
do
is...
that. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
No. I need to speak to him.
You need to speak to him, okay. So you need the break.
I do need a break, Chair, sorry, but we'll move very quickly through 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay. You will use the tea break, or you would like...
Yes, I'll use the tea break.
Okay,
I won't.
Right. We'll take the tea break now. It's about 19 minutes past. We will resume at 25 to 12. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
All rise.
Okay, let's continue.
Mr. Holden, can we go quickly through?
I'm sorry, I didn't say in the morning, but let me say now, yesterday's oath or affirmation will continues to apply. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Mr. Holden, can you take us quickly through tranche 4? Again, the starting point and the end points, and anything between of consequence.
Certainly, Chair. The starting point here is again in the green box. I think you might need the page number.
Page 713, Chair.
713, okay.
So,
Yes.
Chair, it's initiated with the 29.95 million rand transfer. That's the tranche 4 transfer from the Free State Government, which is paid into Estina Standard Bank account. And without going through every single transfer, as you can see, it's quite complicated. It effectively operates the same way as the previous tranches, which involved a loan back, in which you can see the amount that's paid in by the Free State Government is paid into Estina's Bank of Baroda current account, and again used to open up a fixed deposit account and another loan amount.
I think what you're indicating is, to the Chair and to anyone who's watching, I think you indicated the loan and the fixed deposit incorrectly. So you indicated the loan as the fixed deposit and the fixed deposit as... No, you...
I have, but I reversed
you've used the wrong shapes.
Yes, this is my lack of visual acumen. This is supposed to be this shape, the rhombus shape, rather than a circle, and that's supposed to be the circle up here. But what you have effectively is 25 million rand put into a fixed deposit account, which then secures a loan for Kamal Vasram. And the purpose of that loan is that, again, we have another Aero Haven loan back system, which starts up here. And in total, it's 13.7 million rand that's transferred over from Aero Haven to Kamal Vasram's account, and then into Estina Standard Bank account, which is then immediately paid over to Vargafield. And I'll come to totals very briefly. And that Aero Haven loan is settled by the Kamal Vasram loan up here, which is secured against the fixed deposit account. And you can see on the 30th of December 2013, that loan is paid into Estina Standard Bank account. And on the same day, it is transferred from Estina Standard Bank account into Kamal Vasram's personal account. That's a Standard Bank account. And then on the same day, it is transferred to Aero Haven. And once that loan back is completed, the fixed deposit account is closed, and the amount that remains after the settlement of the loan is transferred back into Estina Standard Bank account. And in total, we see 3 different recipients of this particular tranche. The first is Vargafield, which receives the largest amount. It gets paid 18.237 million rand out of this tranche. 5.825 million rand is paid to a company by the name of UTI, which the Gupta Leaks show is a logistics and freight company. And this was the cost of importing the dairy equipment from India. And then we have on the furthest left-hand side, approximately 4 million rand spent between the December 2013 and March 2014 on a range of different dairy-related expenses, including payments to SARS, South African Revenue Service, Eskom, and on salaries as well.
So this would be the only tranche that stays onshore?
That's correct.
Can we then go to tranche 5 on page 714, and starting with the again, well, let's start with the end points and go back to the start points, because there are some questions I'd like to ask you in relation to the start points.
So we should start with the end points.
So if we start with the end points.
Okay. Well, the endpoints after this particular tranche, Era Haven earns 3.2 million rand by being participant to a loan back scheme. Vargafield is paid an amount of 19 million rand, of which 14.3 million rand is from tranche 5. And then the remainder of that tranche is then paid out to Estina's F&B account, which they then subsequently use as their main banking account. And we can see 2 payments into Estina's F&B account. The first is on the 21st of November 2014 of 3,890,752 rand and 40 cents, and a payment of 15.79 million rand on the 5th of August 2015, bringing the total amount that's transferred from Estina's Standard Bank and Bank of Baroda accounts into Estina's F&B account of 15.79 million rand.
Can we then get to the start points? So the first one is Free State Government. Well, can you take us through the start points?
Certainly. Chair, so the first start point, well, actually, the first I've indicated on the diagram, but it's actually not first chronologically, is the 30 million rand that gets paid in by the Free State Government on the 25th of July 2014. Slightly preceding that is a payment in of 6,720,657 rand and 79 cents, and that is paid in on the 30th of July.
And where does that come from?
We have now, I understand from the Commission, when I first had a look at these amounts, the only information that I had was this particular reference, and I had no idea what that might refer to. My evidence leader and other staff at the Commission have now alerted me to the fact that this is a reference that is used for all SARS payments for VAT rebates. So this is a SARS-related VAT rebate that's being paid into Estina, as is the amount that's below that of 2.382894.45.
And Chair, there will be further evidence, not from Mr. Holden, but we've told Mr. Holden what that evidence is going to inform the Commission. Do you want to share? Well, let me put on record what the Commission will adduce later. A far greater amount than the VAT that was paid back in respect of these 2 payments was VAT that was fraudulent, well, was VAT that was fraudulently claimed in respect of payments to Vargafield, who invoiced with a VAT number that doesn't exist. And so, in truth, instead of being due these payments of just over 9 million in aggregate from SARS, Estina's true position was that they had claimed VAT. They had claimed VAT in respect of Vargafield inputs that was, let me just get the exact figure. $64 million of the VAT input costs that Estina claimed from SARS were claimed in respect of Vargafield VAT invoices that were fraudulent. So this 9 million can actually be added to the public funds that the Guptas derived from the Estina enterprise.
Okay.
And then, if we can move then to tranche 6 on page 715.
Certainly.
And can you take us through the start points?
Certainly, Chair. Again, on the far left, as indicated with the green boxes, there's an amount that comes in to Estina's F&B account of 15.79 million rand that ultimately derived from the previous tranche. and that's paid on the 5th of August 2015. And on the same day, an amount of 60 million rand is transferred from the Free State government on the 8th of May 2015 for 60 million rand into Estina Standard Bank account.
And at this stage, there is not, the money doesn't travel too long before it reaches the final destination.
Indeed, Chair, it moves very rapidly now. And maybe, Mr. Holden, can you comment on that? We saw very elaborate moves in the earlier tranches. Can you offer some reasons as to why the money moves more directly and more quickly now?
Certainly, by this point, Estina's formal role within the Esta Dairy project had been terminated by the Free State government, and they had already received an undertaking from the Free State government that they'd be paid the remainder of the investment amount. However, Estina had been relieved of the obligation to prove that they had invested their own funds. So at this point, there was no need to generate a false set of inflows of funds to make it seem like more money was being invested by Estina. We effectively have the abandonment of the round-tripping program because there's no need to fraudulently increase the number of deposits coming into their account.
Was it also not a sense of security, maybe peace of mind that nothing would ever happen, that these things would not be uncovered or would not be pursued by law enforcement agencies?
I think that's a pretty good assumption. I think we see at this point that by May 2015 at least, already quite a substantial amount is known about the Gupta Enterprises' involvement in the dairy project, yet there seems to be absolutely no movement towards an investigation. And where investigations are undertaken by ENS Forensics and by later by the Public Protector in a temporary report, a preliminary report, sorry, those recommendations are effectively ignored. So I think at this point, the participants in the scheme would be, I think, very justified in feeling safe at this point.
Yes, thank you.
And can you briefly describe the endpoints here?
Certainly. So after a very brief sojourn in an F&B investment account and then into an F&B money market account, the funds are eventually paid out. Vargafield is paid here at the bottom right-hand corner. It is paid 3,416,479 rand and 10 cents. Gateway is paid 45,091,652 rand and 50 cents. And the reason, Chair, that we haven't extrapolated further from this point is that the Gupta records, the Gupta Leaks records that we do have only extend to the end of 2014. So at this point, we actually now have the corporate firebreak that my evidence leader was referring to, because we have funds going offshore, but we have no idea how they were dissipated at this point. And then we have 3 payments to SARS, the South African Revenue Service. We have 28,387,635 rand and 73 cents. That is paid against, I'm informed by the Commission that this is Estina's VAT number. And then we have 2 amounts that are paid in relation to SARS e-filing. One for 19,711 rand and 23 cents, and one for 183,002 rand and 78 cents. As yet, I understand the Commission is still undertaking to establish who was referred to or what particular individual may have been referred to with those reference numbers.
And then finally, over the page, the last tranche, page 716. Very briefly take us through this tranche. It's a very simple tranche.
Fortunately, this is a very easy tranche to describe. The input is, again, the green box. The Free State government pays in 46,252,652 rand on the 5th of May 2016 into Estina's F&B current account. The vast majority of that is almost immediately dissipated over the course of, it's roughly 13 days. There are 4 payments into Gateway Limited, and Gateway Limited has paid a total of 40,737,452 rand. And then after a brief sojourn in a call account, a senior F&B call account, and which is then returned, part of which is returned to Estina's F&B account, we have two payments that are made to South African Revenue Service, again against Estina's VAT number, and the total amount paid here is 5,384,412 rand and 26 cents.
Chair, that completes our evidence on the Estina money flows. Mr. Holden is now going to move to discuss some of the Transnet kickback money flows.
Yes.
And for the most part, those are addressed in Bundle 6, Chair.
Okay. So this bundle can be put away.
Not forever.
Yeah.
Because we will come back to the ledgers in this bundle when we are describing some of the Transnet kickbacks to follow their movement offshore.
Oh, okay. Okay, I've got it.
And this bundle, Chair, is covered by a separate statement. So I must ask Mr. Holden to confirm the correctness of that statement. Maybe before I do so, Chair, I must apologize. There are a series of problems with the annexures to the statement, in part because this evidence was brought forward and we didn't, the preparation of the annexures was a bit rushed. We will periodically come to annexures which are duplicates of other annexures instead of the real document. We will sort all of this out on the weekend, but rather than take you now to the full set of problematic annexures when I cannot cure it, can we do that if we bump into one of those?
Yes, as and when.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
And I must apologize for that.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Mr. Holden, can I ask you?
So we'll now use Flow Funds Bundle 6, eh?
Indeed, Chair. And unless I refer to Bundle 5, assume that the references are Bundle 6.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Holden, can I ask you to go to page 160 and to identify the statement that runs from 160 to 162 as your statement?
That is correct, Chair. This is my statement.
And subject to the problems with the annexures in relation to the report that's attached to that statement, will you confirm the correctness of the statement and the report to which it refers?
That's correct, Chair.
And that report, Chair, is PEH1, which commences on page 163. Sorry, Mr. Holden, will you confirm that? It's not for me to confirm.
Yes, this is the report that I compiled, and it starts at page 163.
And
Okay, all right.
Mr. Holden, this is a report into money flows relating to the Gupta enterprise and what you describe as the capture of Transnet. Can you briefly give the Chair an...
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairperson, do you want me to formally admit the statement or not really?
No, Chair, it's already referred to as PEH1 in the... sorry, the statement, yes, please,
statement,
Chair.
yeah.
Can the statement be formally admitted?
Yes.
I must confess, I'm not sure where we are in the VV series.
Well, if your junior, somebody can check and then let you know later on, we can do it as we go along.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Holden, can you briefly describe to the Chair which contracts and which money flows you'll be considering in this statement? Sorry, in this report.
Certainly, so, Chair, the focus of this report has been trying to use, amongst other things, the Gupta leaks and other available backing documentation, certain backing documentation that was made available to me by the Commission, to try and identify and trace all of the funds that were paid to entities that had entered into kickback contracts with China South Rail, with China North Rail, and its subsequent merger company, CRRC. We also engage with a kickback contract in relation to the provision of cranes by a Chinese manufacturer, ZPMC. And then finally, we also examine the flow of funds in relation to payments made to the Gupta enterprise by Leeper. And Leeper Africa was contracted by Transnet to provide cranes.
And although the report proceeds in a different sequence, I think it may be convenient to start with Leeper, because that is a self-contained topic, whereas the ZPMC cranes and the locomotives have a lot of common ground and context that needs to be described for them both. So, can I ask you to go to the section of your report which deals with Leeper, and that, Chair, is to be found at page 203. 203 of Bundle 6. And most of the cast of characters who we will be encountering here we've met before, but there's one person who we haven't met before, who is Piyush Goyal. Can you explain to the Chair who Piyush Goyal was?
Certainly, you'll definitely be hearing about him a lot more in further evidence. Mr. Goyal was the chairman of the World's Window group of companies that was based in India, and as I mentioned in previous testimony, the World's Window Group and the Gupta enterprise start doing business together in at least 2010 or 2011, in which period they engage in a whole series of money laundering activities. And Piyush Goyal is in quite frequent contact with the Gupta enterprise and is effectively the most senior person in the World's Window Group heading up this particular relationship.
Then, if we move now to the Leeper contract and the Leeper kickbacks, can we go to page 203 and can you briefly describe to the Chair what the Leeper contract was about and how the Guptas became involved?
Certainly, Chair. On the 4th of December 2011, Transnet publicly advertised 3 separate requests for proposals, RFPs, related to the expansion of the Kura container terminal. The first request for proposal called for the supply of 18 single-lift rubber tire gantry cranes with an option to purchase a further 10. The second RFP called for proposals to supply 4 twin-lift ship-to-shore cranes with an option for a further 3 single-lift cranes. And the third RFP asked for bidders to make bids for both of those proposals combined.
Going forward, when did Leeper announce that it had been successful?
On the 17th of February 2014, Leeper Cranes announced that it had received the contract to supply the 22 cranes to Transnet port terminals, including the 18 single-lift rubber gantry cranes and the 4 twin-lift ship-to-shore cranes. Based on the supply, we now can see that they won the bid on the basis of the third request for proposal, which was to provide all of the necessary cranes.
And then there would also be an option to extend the 18 and the 22 from what you've said in paragraph 73.
That's correct, Chair.
In paragraph 76, you make the point that you cannot identify obvious irregularities in the award of the contract, but what evidence have you seen that suggests the involvement of the Guptas?
Certainly. On the what the Gupta leaks reveal is that on the 21st of December 2011, Ashu Chola sent an email to Mr. Piyush Goyal at his World's Window address, which is piyush@worldswindow.cc. And attached to that email was a document that emanated from Transnet in relation to this particular procurement.
And can I then ask you to go to page 431? Is that the email to which you're referring?
That is correct.
And can you situate that again for the Chair in the chronology of the tender?
Certainly, that would be roughly 9 months subsequent to the first advertisement of the request for proposal. Is that correct?
No, I'm afraid it's not.
I'm confusing February 2014 and February 2011.
If you go back to your paragraph 73, you'll see when the RFP was advertised.
Apologies. Apologies for that confusion. It is advertised on the 4th of December 2011. So we have the email being sent 17 days after the advertisement of the tender.
Can I then take you to page 432? And is this the attachment that went with the email?
That is correct, Chair.
And if you go down the document, is there anything in particular that would be significant about, that you can point to, that would be significant about this document, given that it was being leaked to the Guptas while the tender was pending?
Certainly. What we have here is a memorandum that's sent from Mr. Denzel Pillay, who was the Executive Manager of Capital Procurement at Transnet, to Mr. Carl Sochikwa. I'm afraid I'm not entirely certain of the pronunciation of his name, who was the Chief Executive of Transnet Port Terminal.
Sochikwa. Yes, you got it right. Sochikwa.
Thank you. And what this does is provide the memorandum.
Sorry, if I might intervene here, Chair. The Commission is investigating how this leaked. But in fairness to Mr. Pillay and Mr. Sochikwa, we have our suspicions, but our suspicions do not relate to either of them. And I just wanted to put that on record. I don't want them to be associated with the leak.
Okay, all right.
And what the memorandum does, Chair, is provide a background and a status update on the on this particular request for proposal. It provides in the background a description of the way in which the tender was initiated and for what reason. And then the page thereafter on 433, we can see there's a summary of milestones in that table, which provides a very clear guideline to what Transnet port terminals will be doing at different stages of the tender process, which I would submit would be some very useful knowledge for a potential bidder. And there's also very importantly at paragraph 8, there is a heading budget implications, which provides the total total budget for the tender, and the approved budget for the tender was 1.099 billion rand. If I may add, Chair, that just in further corroboration of the Gupta leaks and the timing of the email, we can see that in the summary of milestones document, the 4th of December entries advertised in the media says complete. So it's been drawn up subsequent to that date.
You've mentioned earlier that Leeper was successful, and what you describe in your report is a series of payments that Leeper made to a Gupta company in Dubai, Accurate Investments. I understand that's not that fact is not controversial. Leeper have publicly admitted that. Can you describe the sources that you have to identify what the amount of the payments that were made?
Certainly. So the
Excuse me.
Gesundheit.
Yes, thank you.
So the first source is a source that we referred to in my testimony yesterday, which was the UAE ledgers, which in that instance run up until the early part of 2014. And there's one notable payment that comes in from Leeper in those ledgers. I should also mention, I'm sure we'll come to the individual file name numbers. That ledger entry is then corroborated by another document that was found within the Gupta leaks, which is a statement, a bank statement, or at least a transaction record for Accurate Investments that was being distributed amongst Gupta Enterprise staff. The second document is a continuation of the Dubai ledgers. I'm not sure if you recall, but yesterday we discussed how in February 2014, Ashu Chawla wrote to Sanjay Grover and provided him an Excel spreadsheet and said, please can you update these ledgers in this particular format hereon. And on a relatively regular basis...
Chair, if I might just interject there, that was the document that appeared at Flow of Funds, Volume 5, page 718, and then with 718.1 to 718.5, which had almost empty template ledgers for each of the Dubai-based companies and a cash ledger as well.
The task that I then performed was to take every one of the updates that was sent by Sanjay Grover over that period of time. The final one was sent in December 2014, and to take all of those entries and put them into a single spreadsheet so we have a full accounting of all the transactions for Global Corporation, for Accurate Investments, for Fidelity and Global Corporation over the period of February 2014 until roughly the 26th of December 2014.
Can I ask you to go to page 439? Annexure O. Is that the consolidated ledgers that you have generated from all of these regular ledgers that are sent from Sanjay Grover to Ashu Chawla?
That's correct, Chair. I attached it as Annexure O to my statement.
So that's not a document that's on Gupta Leaks, but what it is it consolidates all of the information in the ledgers that are sent on a regular basis on Gupta Leaks into one consolidated set of ledgers for a period. How long does this period run?
It runs from roughly mid-February, the 17th of February, till the end.
Which year?
So the 17th of February 2014, until the end of the year, roughly 26th of December, I think is the final payment that I can see, 2014.
And Chair, just to note, this is one of the this is one of the annexures where we're going to have to reprint them because they were printed with margins that are too narrow. So some of the figures don't show in the cells; they just show as sort of XXX because they are too wide for the cells. You've talked about the ledger, the ledgers we discussed yesterday. You've now discussed this Annexure O. What other sources have you used in relation to your examination of the Leeper payments?
We also, I'm sure you must remember, Chair, yesterday I described another Excel spreadsheet that I created, which was to take the running totals in all the bank balances for global, accurate, fidelity, and so on, and put them into a single spreadsheet so we can properly verify that the amounts that are being paid into the account and being dispersed outwards weren't commingled with other funds, and to properly describe the flow of funds.
And can I just give a reference? That's Annexure A, inflow in Bundle 5 at page 113. And Mr. Holden, you also refer, and here we will have an annexure problem, to Annexure N, to your report on the Transnet funds. If you go to your statement at your report at page 204, can you explain to the Chair what Annexure N is?
Certainly. The annexure, which I'm afraid is not reproduced at Annexure N here, is a set of bank statements that had been removed from the original bank statement format and put into an Excel spreadsheet, and that had been sent by Jessamine Cook, to a Sahara employee, to Ashu Chola, and that provided a very brief window of bank statements related to global, accurate, fidelity, and gateway.
And if you go to page 435, you'll see what is part of Annexure N, but unfortunately doesn't include Accurate, which is the company that we need to refer to today. But you will have you will have, in due course, we'll get I think it's just literally one page that we need to add here in relation to Accurate investments. If we need to refer to it today, Mr. Holden has the document.
I thought there was one reference to Accurate on page 435. When you talk about page 435, where you're saying there is no reference to Accurate.
I don't.
Well, I see B/O Accurate.
Oh, yes. This is a transfer out of Gateway into Accurate.
Okay.
I think it's out of Gateway into Accurate. But the Accurate, so the host company for this spreadsheet would I think be Gateway. What we are missing is the one for Accurate, but we will add it, and to the extent that we have to refer to it today, we can put it up on the screen.
Okay.
And Mr. Holden, there is one last document in the Gupta leaks that you refer to at page 206 of your statement. Can you tell the Chair about that one?
Certainly, Chair. I just want to make sure I get the exact facts right before I put it into the record. There is an email that is sent from the Gupta leaks reveal, Chair, that an email is sent from Ronika Raghavan from her Oakvale email address to Ashu Chola's Sahara email address on the 14th of February 2015.
And you're looking at what page?
206.
206?
Yes, of the bundle.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes, continue.
At paragraph 84 and 85. Attached to the email was an Excel spreadsheet that was titled IS 12.02.15.xlsx, XLSX being the file format name for an Excel spreadsheet. I think 12.02.15 is pretty explanatory. That means the 12th of May 2015.
12th of February.
So 12th of February 2015, apologies. And the IS, I speculate, although I cannot entirely confirm, may have referred to income sheet or income statement. The Excel spreadsheet itself, which we may want to turn to,
in due course, you've actually extracted the relevant reference there. Unfortunately, this is another document that we're missing from the annexures.
What the spreadsheet indicated was that it was, at the top left corner of the spreadsheet, it indicated there was an income statement. Sadly, the document is pretty difficult to decipher, and I have to admit that I wasn't entirely comfortable relying on the figures therein without being able to fully understand exactly how they were derived. But what was noticeable was that there was a single entry in the Excel spreadsheet which appears against an internal Gupta Enterprise accounting number of LCC001, and it reads Other Income Leeper, and it then includes three different figures next to it of 11.888,956 million, and then 4.125,350.08 million, and then the third figure. It appears from the, to the left of that is also an A that's indicated there. If you look at the original spreadsheet, which we'll do at a different stage perhaps, that A falls under a heading called company. So I think we can relatively safely assume that means accurate in relation to this particular income statement. Sadly, I'm not entirely sure what denomination the figures are listed there refer to. And I also, I'm afraid, I cannot tell from the statement the relationship between those three figures. I think one interpretation might be, and I must hedge this is very much a might be, is that the first figure of 11.888 million may be a reflection of this is a total aggregate figure that had been paid in to accurate investments by Leeper, or was anticipated to be paid in by Leeper, either in dirham or in dollars.
But we can establish, I mean, that's some speculation, but there is very clear evidence of what amounts were paid in,
Absolutely.
definitely before this period.
That's correct.
And have you got an aggregate figure?
I do. I may need to consult a note very quickly, if that's okay.
You can do that.
Apologies for taking time to locate that. The total aggregate figure that I'm able to track, Chair, is an amount of $3,232. Sorry, let me start that again. $3,232,430.88, which was paid to Accurate Investments. I did a very simple calculation at today's spot exchange rate, and that equals 49,381,200 rand.
And what we're now going to do is we're going to look at each one of those payments that we can establish, and we're also going to see what happened to that money. So can I ask you, first of all, to turn to page... Let's start at page 206, at the bottom of 206, where you talk about the first payment.
Certainly. We see, in total, I'm able to track 5 payment tranches from Leeper over a period of time.
And can I just emphasize, those 5 do not include this sort of cryptic reference in the spreadsheet of 7th February 2015.
That's correct.
So whatever, these 5 payments are in addition to whatever that may mean.
That's correct. And the first tranche that we can trace was an amount of 905,088. And I do, that was paid on the 22nd of July, 2013 into Accurate Investments US dollar account at Standard Chartered Bank. I can refer to I have prepared just the entry in the Excel spreadsheet where I can refer to that. I've also prepared visualizations of what happens to those particular payments.
Well, maybe let's start with the visualizations, which are easy, the diagrams. And I think this diagram is at page 1101. So, Chair, can I ask that you go to 1101. It's 11, yes, it is 1101.
Yes, I've got it.
And Mr. Holden, can you?
I'm sorry. 1101, you said it is a diagram. Oh no, where I am is not 1101. It is 1011. Let me try and find 1101. Yes, I found it.
And I think for these diagrams, we should probably try and source the ledger references to each of these cash movements. If you're able to do so now, we may have to make some notes over lunch if there are any gaps. But can you take the chair through what you see at 1101? Or what you've produced at 1101?
Certainly, Chair. The visualization follows much the same format as the visualizations I used in relation to Estina. Again, the green box is the beginning point, the entry of funds, and then at the bottom we have red boxes which indicate the out points of where those funds eventually emerge. And what we have here, the first payment is made by Leeper to Accurate Standard Chartered bank account, US dollar denominated account on the 22nd of July 2013, and that's for an amount of $905,000.88. I should note, obviously, the timing of this payment is notable in relation to the timeline of the chronology of the award of the tender, as this was still while the tender hadn't been announced. The tender was only announced the following year in February.
And can I ask you, so that's $905,000.88, and you have it in the Standard Chartered Bank. Can I ask you to go to Flow Funds Bundle 5, and turn to page 354.
It's just trying to find the page for me. It was 354.
354, Chair. And Chair, if you can hang on to that file open roundabouts that page, because we'll be going to be flipping backwards and forwards a few pages as we go through Leeper.
Okay.
But can you identify this payment by Leeper into the Standard Chartered account of Accurate? Well, first of all, what are we looking at page 354?
Certainly, this is the UAE ledger that was compiled by, amongst other, Sanjay Grover and sent to Tony Gupta.
And can you find the Leeper payment on that ledger and maybe put it up on the screen?
Certainly. So I have already identified it here on screen, slightly easier to read than the very small text in the annexure. What we see here at row 137 is the primary party is Accurate Investments. The date is the 22nd of July 2013. And then the counterparty is Leeper. And if I was to scroll further to the right, we see the input amount as a positive integer into the US dollar Standard Chartered bank account of $905,088.
Thank you for that. Can I ask you, I mentioned when we were discussing Annexure N that we hadn't added the tab for Accurate Investments. Can I ask you, we will add that probably only at the end of the day, but can I ask you to call up the tab for accurate investments on the full version of Annexure N?
Certainly, Chair. I'll do so in short order.
And just to, while you're doing that, if you can multitask, can you just remind the Chair what Annexure N was? Or is?
Apologize, Chair. I did extract it this morning and send it to my evidence leader, and for some reason I can't seem to locate it now.
Maybe we'll come back to this one after the lunch break and
Yes, if we could, that'd be helpful.
Okay, let's go back to the diagram of where this money went.
Are we now moving to the other bundle?
Sorry, Chair, we are. Bundle 6.
Yeah. But you said I must keep this other one close.
Keep that one close, because each time we're going to want to authenticate the payments we're discussing, we're going to have to refer to those ledgers.
Okay.
And if we go to 1101, where you are at 1101, the diagram of this tranche.
That's 1101 of
Bundle 6, Chair, yes.
Yes. I'm always thinking about
The record
those who
as well.
read the transcript. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
And can you take the Chair through this process that we see at 1101?
Certainly, Chair. So, as I put up on the screen, after the 905,000 has been deposited into Accurate Standard Chartered bank account, we have 3 transfers out. The first transfer is made on the same day it is received from Leeper. That's an amount of $700,000, and that's paid from Accurate Standard Chartered bank account into Global Corporation Standard Chartered bank account in US dollar denomination, and that's paid on the 22nd of July 2013. There's an amount of $130,000 that is transferred on the 23rd of July 2013, and that's paid out to Global Corporation Standard Chartered Bank US dollar account. And then a final payment of $60,000 also on the 23rd of July 2013, made from Accurate Standard Chartered bank account into Global Standard bank account.
Can I ask that we then go back to 354 Flow of Funds Volume Bundle 5, just to identify those 3 transactions? And maybe, Chair, I think we are going to have to just move backwards and forwards between the 2 bundles.
Yes, yeah. I thought I had kept that other page, as you had said, on bundle 5. But you can just remind me which page we are going to on bundle 5.
354, Chair.
354. Yes.
So, Mr. Holden, can you take the Chair to those 3 transactions you've just described, the 700,000, the 130,000, and the 60,000?
Certainly, Chair. So as I brought up on the screen here, it might be highlighted in your Excel spreadsheet in red. The first transaction takes place here at row 139. The first party is Accurate, the primary party. The date is the 22nd of July 2013. And the reference here is GCL-SCB, which stands for Global Corporation Limited Standard Chartered Bank. And if we are to scroll further to the right here, we see the $700,000 in brackets, which means it's paid out.
And the 130 and the 60?
That occurred, the 130,000 you can find at row 140. The primary company, is accurate. The date is the 23rd of July 2013, and the counterparty is Global Corporation LLC. And if you scroll over to the right here, we see a US dollar, under the US dollar Standard Chartered Bank row, we have $130,000 paid out, which is why it's in brackets. And as you can see below, this is the counterparty record in the double entry bookkeeping, which will show that same transaction, but from Global's perspective.
I think we're on different documents. 354 is the 354 is the version of the ledgers that's been organized by company.
No, that's not correct. So in my bundle, page 354 is ledge 1.2, the annexure number page 10.
Yes.
And the description, the transactions I've just described.
So if you look at the left of that column, all of the companies are accurate. So you're not going to see the double entry.
You're quite right.
Let's do it on this. Let's do it on this document, because where I've got my references, we can go to the double entry reference after lunch. So you've dealt with 130,000 and the 60,000.
So then the 60,000 we can see here on my spreadsheet as row 142. The date is the 23rd of July 2013. The counterparty is again Global Corporation LLC. And if we scroll over to the right, we see 60,000 in brackets as a negative integer, so a payment out, and then a payment in to a counterparty transaction of 60,000 that is then paid from Global's perspective. It might also be worthwhile to mention that in, I think it's Annexure O to the original Estina bundle, the spreadsheet that I created showing running totals, if we were to look at that, we would see that prior to the deposit by Leeper into Accurate Investments, there's an incredibly small balance, such that these transfers could only have been funded by the payment from Leeper.
That would be Annexure A on Flow of Funds Bundle 5. If you can do that relatively easily, will you take us there? I don't have a reference, so I'm going to be dependent on you there.
So I have produced it up on screen here, and I realized that I prepared this morning's evidence on the basis of this particular spreadsheet, which is why I've highlighted certain things.
Well, maybe if I can give you the reference, because I've now found it, it's 113. 113 share of Flow Funds Bundle 5.
Okay.
And can you take us to the point that you want to make about what the Leeper payment does to the accurate balance?
Certainly. So as we see here on screen, I acknowledge that the Annexure A is very difficult to read on paper, but if we were to look at the screen and scroll over to the right here, we see prior to the deposit that's made by Leeper, there's a balance of $815.21 in that account. And that increases the payment from Leeper, then increases the balance to just over 905,000. And that then finances that 700, so that 900,000 is then dissipated by the $700,000 transaction on the cell I've highlighted, the $130,000 transaction and the $60,000 transaction. You can see after those amounts have been dissipated, an amount of only $15,000 is left in the Standard Chartered bank account for accurate investments.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Can you take us to what happens to the money when it lands in global?
Certainly, Chair. So the first stream, and I'm now referring back to the diagram,
Sorry,
1101.
what page is that?
1101. Chair, what's probably going to be the simplest way of dealing with this is for you to take out 1101, which will always stay the same.
Oh, okay.
And then maybe annotate, or again, don't bother to annotate because we'll take you through these references because these are important references to go through transaction by transaction. 1101. 1101.
1101.
1101. But again, just like we promised yesterday, we will get Estina diagrams that are fully referenced. We'll do the same with these accurate diagrams.
Okay. 1101 is on the other bundle.
On 6. 6, yes. And then if you keep 5 open while you have 1101 as a separate page, we'll be able to track each step on 1101 through the ledgers in 5.
This particular lever arch file is quite full, so if you want to take out a page that is towards the end, it's quite difficult. Now, in bundle 5, what was it 534 that you suggested I should keep open more?
I think Mr. Holden and I made our notes on separate documents. I think he's going to be here around about page 114 for the consolidated Annexure A.
Okay, so that's the page I should...
114, Chair, yes.
114, okay. Yes, okay, all right. Okay, so that particular one we said is 1103. That one on the screen?
It's 1101 as far as I recall.
1101, okay. Okay.
And Chair, in fact, it's going to be 115, not 114, of bundle 5.
115.
115.
Okay. Okay, I've got 115. Okay, but right now we are going on to that one, or we are moving away from that one? We are going to that one.
Well, we're going to see each transaction on this diagram as it reflects in the ledger on page 115.
Yes, okay, 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 but that diagram is on what page?
That diagram is the loose page that you have on 1101.
Oh, okay, all right.
From bundle 6, not from bundle 5.
Yes, okay, I've got it, yeah. Okay.
So, Mr. Holden, we had seen that the 130,000 and 70,000 and 60,000 had moved from accurate to gateway. Can we then, accurate to global, can we see what happens to them in the ledgers? Well, first, can we pick that up in the ledgers so that we can see the other side of the transaction in the books of global, as it were?
So you'd like to look at the counterparty transaction?
The counterparty transaction, because it will also, if we're looking at global's books, show us where the money moves out thereafter.
If I'd ask you to remind me of the date.
23 July 2013.
So at Annexure A, we have a number of different transactions reflected here. So the first one is at row 256. The primary party is global. The date is the 22nd of July 2013. The counterparty is accurate, or for accurate investments. And if we scroll to the right here, we see the 700,000 rand, $700,000, apologies, entering into the US dollar account of Standard Chartered Bank for Global.
And the 130 and the 60, while we're there, are just two below.
That's correct. So we have 130 over here and 60 over there as the counterparty transactions, reflecting that they've been paid into the global account.
And then what happens to that money once it's in global? I mean, maybe you can first tell us what it does to the balance of global.
Certainly. It vastly increases the balance in global. Prior to the deposit of $700,000, the bank account had $24,948 within it. So the deposit of $700,000 increased the balance to $724,948.68.
And then the 130 and the 100, so you've identified the 130 and the 60. Can you go back to your diagram of the tranche and show where that money goes from global on the diagram, and then we'll pick it up in the ledger?
Certainly, Chair. The first stream is paid out on the 22nd of July 2013, and it runs to the left of Global Standard Chartered Bank's box. That's $499,500. And if we scroll down to the bottom, that is paid to Sahara in South Africa. And I can very quickly bring up the counterparty, the reference in the spreadsheet as well.
Yes, if you would.
And then, as we can see here on the spreadsheet, at row 257, Global as the primary partner, the date, Sahara as the counterparty, and the amount being taken out of Global of $499,500.
So just to take a step back, what we're seeing is an amount paid into a Gupta company in Dubai as a self-confessed payment in respect of a Transnet cranes contract, which very quickly, of which $500,000 very quickly is transferred to Sahara Computers.
That's correct, Chair.
So let's look at the next payment out, but let's go to the diagram first so that we can plot it on the diagram.
Certainly, then we have a payment of $100,000 that's made on the 23rd of July 2013, and that's paid from Global Standard Chartered Bank US dollar account into Gateway Standard Chartered Bank US dollar account.
And can we see that on the ledger at page 115?
So we see here at row 261. Have I zoomed in enough for you, Chair?
Well, I can see there, but not on.
Okay.
Not on this.
As long as it's legible on the screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I can see there. Yeah.
So I'm afraid I've just lost my place there. So at row 261, we can see the primary party is Global. The date is the 23rd of July 2013. The counterparty is Gateway SCB, which is short for Standard Chartered Bank. And then we have the payment out here of $100,000 from Global's Standard Chartered Bank account. And to preempt my evidence leader, I will then scroll up to the Gateway account and identify the same transaction. Which we can see here at row 110. Primary party is Gateway. The date is the 23rd of July 2013. And the counterparty is Global Corporation LLC. And that reflects a $100,000 deposit into Gateway Standard Chartered Bank account, which, as we see from the column to the right, increases the balance in Gateway Standard Chartered Bank account from $372.39 to $100,372.39.
Chair, for referencing purposes, but you'll get that later, that entry is on page 113, the corresponding entry that Mr. Holden's just taken us to. If we can go back to the diagram again.
Certainly. So the day after that amount is paid into the Gateway Standard Chartered Bank account, of that amount, $93,378.61 is paid on the 24th of July 2013, and that is paid to Star Engineering, which again was the agent that provided the dairy products, the dairy equipment that was used on the Estina farm from India.
And again, if I might stop here, what we're seeing is proceeds derived from a Transnet contract being used to fund some of the very few dairy expenses that actually were incurred in relation to the Estina Dairy project.
That's correct, Chair.
Can we go to the next entry on the diagram, the next cash flow on the diagram?
Certainly. So returning further up the diagram, heading out to the right from Global Standard Chartered Bank's account, we have a transfer on the 23rd of July 2013 of 620,000 dirham, which is equivalent to $168,845.32. And that is now paid into Global Standard Chartered Bank's, Global's Standard Chartered Bank dirham denominated account over here.
And can you find that on the ledgers?
Certainly.
Chair, the reference will be page. Yes, the reference should be page 115, Chair.
I'm afraid I've misdirected myself. What is the date?
If you look, Standard Chartered AED.
That's correct.
That's where you want to find it.
Thank you. So at row 263, we can see the primary company is Global. The date is the 23rd of July 2013. The particulars are SCB AED, which is short for Standard Chartered Bank, UAE dirham. And if we scroll further to the right here, we see 620,000 dirham entering into the Standard Chartered Bank dirham denominated account for Global.
And if we go back to the diagram to see the next money flow.
From there, that amount is withdrawn entirely in cash. So we have another cash fire break at this point. So 620,000 dirham is transferred on the 23rd of July 2013. So it's withdrawn in cash on that date.
And maybe go back to your ledger and go down a couple of lines and you'll see that 620,000 cash withdrawal.
Certainly. So at row 264 of my annexure, you'll see, again, the primary company is Global. The date is the 23rd of July 2013. And it indicates cash withdrawal, slightly misspelt. And you can see it a minus amount, a negative integer in brackets of 620,000 dirham from the Standard Chartered Bank account, which is then reflected as a 620,000 dirham credit in cash accruing to Global.
Can we go back to the diagram and see the, before we see where the cash goes, I think we have to track one further payment from, I think, I may not have kept, go up a line. I think you've been traveling down one line, but not the other.
I've been traveling down this line here.
Yes, but can we then travel down the line on the far right?
Absolutely. It might actually make sense at this point because the
cash is going to commingle.
Goes out there for this amount. The 620,000 goes out there.
Okay, can you take us to that?
Certainly. So then what we see is on the 23rd of July 2013, we see that cash is then given to Vicus, and it says Vicus via JJT, which is quite an interesting entry. Vicus, I assume, again, with Vicus Chaturvedi, who was the Gupta Enterprise employee in India. And JJT was is a wholly owned subsidiary of the World's Window Group. So what we're seeing here is effectively a cash deposit that is being paid to Vicus Chaturvedi via one of the Gupta Enterprises partners in money laundering, JJT.
And can I just stop there and maybe link this to the Hawala ledger that we discussed yesterday? How will this sort of transaction be covered in the Hawala ledger?
Certainly, Chair. The Hawala ledger would reflect, on its leftmost column, it would have the individual to whom the money is being paid or the account that it's being paid from, and it would be reflected either as a negative or a positive integer. In this case, it would most likely be represented when it was coming into JJT as a negative integer, because this is a Hawala ledger that has been drafted from the point of view of the World's Window Group. And then when it's paid out as a positive integer.
Thanks. Unfortunately, I don't have my reference to the Hawala ledger to hand, but we will probably find that payment in the Hawala ledger. Can you then find that, let's see if we can, well, let me find the Hawala ledger and we'll come back to that after lunch, which is in, there you have it. So this would be in your Annexure O, which is the combined daily ledgers. Or no. Is that was one of the tabs on the spreadsheet that was sent to Tony Gupta?
That's correct.
Okay.
So this is the cash sheet that appears in the ledger that's sent to Tony Gupta, and you can see here on the 23rd of July we see a matching amount, and it says here JJT, and then the amount here is 616,560 dirham, and then the description of it or the explanation for it is Vicus. So clearly it's funds being transferred via JJT to Vicus.
Chair, can I ask you, I've now found the reference to that. That's Flow Funds Bundle 5, page 374. And there we will see the relevant payment.
374. I've got 374.
All right there. No, I've got the wrong document, Chair. I'm losing track of all of these ledgers. We will find that, and it will. We'll reference it and come back. I think Mr. Holden and I probably need a lunch break to coordinate our accounts.
Mr. Holden has been feeding us all these figures.
I was more or less in control up until about 10 minutes ago, Chair.
Well, we are 2 minutes, 3 minutes to 1 o'clock.
I think, in fact, it would be 2 or 3 minutes usefully spent if Mr. Holden and I can coordinate our references so that we move quicker after lunch. Could we take the lunch adjournment then, Chair?
Okay, no, that's fine. We'll adjourn for lunch and resume at 2. And maybe Mr. Chaskowson, you could see me in chambers immediately after the adjournment.
Certainly, Chair.
Yes, we adjourn.
with references in relation to the diagram at page 1101. I see you have it up there. I was going to ask you to put it up there. Chair, we've now done that referencing exercise, and we were coming back to you with references on the right-hand side of that diagram. So starting with the $168,845.32, it becomes 620,000 dirham that goes into Global Standard Chartered. It's the first branch coming down on the left. Sorry, not on the left, on the right.
On the right, yeah.
On the right. So it's the left-hand arrow down on the right, if you...
Yes, into Global
Standard Chartered. That's on page 349.
Page 3.
And all of these references will be Flow of Funds Bundle 5. Immediately to the right of it is $115,740, also coming down into Global Standard Chartered in dirham. That's 345.
Oh, that's the page.
Same page, indeed.
That's in relation to...
So, Chair, I think Mr. Holden will just highlight it on the screen. So that's the $115,740 converted into 425,000 dirham.
Okay, and that's page...
345.
345.
All of these are in bundle 5,
Yes.
not bundle 6. Coming down from that rectangle, there are two lines, both of which we see at page 349. And then the 620,000 and 425,000 that is turned into cash leads to a 425,000 cash deposit into Global National Bank of Abu Dhabi. That's at 349. And
hang on 1 second. Let me see on the screen. That's the one. Okay. And that's page?
349. 349.
349. Okay.
And the other movement of the cash was out to the right and down to Vicus via JJT. That's at 345. And also at 342. It's picked up twice.
Okay.
And the last transaction on this page that we hadn't yet got to was the payment coming down from the Global National Bank of Abu Dhabi, a payment of 475,620 dirham into an entity called Wizcraft. That's at 349. And Mr. Holden, can you explain who Wizcraft are or were?
Certainly, Chair. Wizcraft are a entertainment services company that provided the Gupta enterprise with dancers and other entertainment for the Sun City wedding.
So, well, this payment in particular, we have, well, it's one of several payments. Maybe if I can ask you to go to bundle 6, page 467, bundle 6.
Page 467.
That's correct. And can you tell the Chair what we see at bundle 6? Sorry, at 467.
Certainly, Chair. What we have here is an email that was extracted from the Gupta Leaks records. It was attached as Annex Q to my report. It's an email that's sent from Johan Skalkvik at johan@vdmas.co.za. sent on Wednesday, August the 14th, 2013, to Ashu Chola, and also CC'd to another VDMAS email address, denise@vdmas.co.za, with the subject Wizcraft, and the subject, the content of the email reads, "Dear Mr. Ashu, attached here to the amended draft as requested, yours faithfully, Johan Skalkveg."
And if you go over the page, is this the attachment that was linked to the email?
That's correct, Chair.
Page 468?
That's correct, Chair.
And I don't want you to read this whole document, but can you explain to the Chair what it is?
Certainly, it's a letter that's been drafted by Johan Skalkveg in relation to a dispute around payments between the Gupta enterprise and Wizcraft. There are disputes about the terms under which payments will be made for the entertainment services provided.
And can I ask you to go to page 469? And there, the writer lists 4 payments that were made to Wizcraft in settlement of their invoice. How does that link to the diagram that we're looking at?
Certainly, the 4th payment that's listed there of $129,600 is made on the 24th of July 2013. That is the same date as reflected in the ledgers, as being paid from Global's National Bank of Abu Dhabi account into Wizcraft's account of 475,000 dirham. And I did a calculation on the exchange rate at the time, and that amount of dirham almost exactly equals $129,600.
Thank you. That concludes the first payment. If we turn the page, if we go to the next diagram, and Chair, that's at bundle 6, page 1102. It's in fact on the back of the page that you may have taken out.
The page number?
1102, Chair.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's the one I took out, yeah.
And can you take the Chair through this diagram, Mr. Holden?
Certainly, Chair. We have, this diagram begins, it's a relatively straightforward one, again with the green box for Leeper. It starts with a payment of $212,006.01 that is transferred in on the 17th of February 2014, and it's a payment that's made into Accurate Mashreq Bank's US dollar account.
What was significant about 17 February 2014?
Chair, on the 17th of February 2014, that was the same day that Leeper announced that it had won the contract from Transnet.
And what happens to this $212,000 once it lands in the Accurate Mashreq account?
Certainly, Chair. What happens in this instance is that it's commingled with funds from other sources. Other sources I've not entirely been able to determine the ultimate origin of, but effectively it moves through Gupta enterprise companies like Unlimited Electronic Computer. Eventually, on the 25th of February 2014, $450,000 is paid into Accurate Mashreq's account, where it joins the $212,000 from Leeper. And then on that same day, with the account balance increased sufficiently, there is a payment of $599,327 on the 25th of February to Linkway Trading.
So once again, what we have is a payment made by Leeper in respect of a Transnet contract that ends up in a Gupta company in South Africa, namely Linkway.
That's correct, Chair.
Chair, we're not going with references on these diagrams. We will provide you with a fully referenced set of diagrams.
Okay.
The third diagram, page 1103, and Chair, for that you'll have to go back to bundle 6.
Yes, I've got it.
Mr. Holden, can you take us through that diagram?
Certainly, Chair. Again, it begins with the green go box at the top, indicating Leeper. On the 15th of April 2014, Leeper transfers amount of $371,105.83.
I'm sorry. Mr. Chairperson, did you say I must go to page, you said 1103?
1103, Chair.
I think maybe it's been a long day. I skip on sometimes going to 10 something when you say 11 something. Okay, let me. Yes, I've got it.
And Mr. Holden, can you take us through this one?
Certainly. So as I was saying, the first amount, Chair, begins with the payment from Leeper into Accurate Investments Mashreq Bank US dollar account, and the total of that payment is $371,105.83, and that's transferred on the 15th of April 2014. Just shy of 2 weeks later, 13 days later, on the 28th of April 2014, there is an amount of $375,000 that is transferred from Accurate's Mashreq Bank account into Fidelity Enterprises' Mashreq Bank account. Obviously, the additional, I think it's $3,900 making up that payment, were funds already resting in the Accurate account at that point. And then finally, to complete this, on the 29th of April 2014, an amount of $400,000 is transferred from Fidelity's Mashreq Bank US dollar account into Oak Bay's accounts, of which $371,000 emanated from Leeper.
So once again, a payment in respect of a Transnet cranes contract is made offshore and lands in a South African Gupta enterprise company.
That's correct, Chair.
Can we go to 1104 and the fourth payment? Can you start with the money that comes in from Leeper?
Certainly. So the way I've organized this particular payment is rather than a payment, it's a payment tranche. And the reason I've organized it in this way is because all of these funds are used to the same purpose eventually. So it begins with, Chair, at the top right-hand corner, Leeper makes 3 different transfers into Accurate's Mashreq US dollar account. On the 7th of May 2014, it's for $405,598.52. On the 19th of May 2014, $402,879.34 is paid into Accurate Mashreq. And then finally, on the 26th of May 2014, $296,890.30 is paid into Accurate Mashreq's account.
And can you give the Chair the sum of those 3 payments? You've used it low down in your diagram.
Yes. I was hoping you weren't asking me to do that in my head. The total amount of those payments is $1,105,368.16.
And those payments into Accurate's Mashreq account are going to be commingled with other payments. Can you identify or can you describe the movement of the other payments that come into Accurate?
Certainly, Chair. We have 2 streams. On the top left here, we have a payment of roughly $4.5 million that is paid into an account of Reliable. Reliable is another Gupta enterprise company, Mashreq Bank's US dollar account. JJT Force Exim, it's a little bit difficult to discern exactly what company they refer to, but I think we can very safely assume it is JJ Trading or one of its subsidiaries.
And where did most of JJ Trading's payments into the Gupta companies derive from?
They derive from payments related to the Transnet contracts.
Sorry, which Transnet contracts?
It is the 1064 contract. And
It's the locomotives contract, and I think there's another contract that it may be as well.
I would rather not say right now because there is a difference between JJT and Century General Trading. And I would just want to double check exactly which.
Sure. So at any rate, we do know that most of the money that JJT receives and transfers into the Guptas comes from the locomotives contract.
That's correct.
From Reliable Mashreq, where does that money go?
On the 12th of May 2014, $2.5 million is transferred into Global's Mashreq US dollar account. And then thereafter, on the 26th of May, $2.2 million is transferred from the Global Mashreq US dollar account into Accurate Mashreq's US dollar account.
And then if you can deal with the parallel stream of funds that's going to end up in the Accurate Mashreq account?
Certainly. I've indicated here mixed sources, including JJT Century on the far left here. When I was compiling and trying to trace these funds, there were quite a large number of payments that are made into Global Mashreq's dirham account from various different sources, of which JJT Century was certainly the largest one. I've always interpreted JJT Century to potentially refer to Century General Trading, which was the sister company of JJ Trading and which also received funds from the Transnet locomotive contracts. So those mixed sources over the course of 4 days between the 11th of May 2014 and the 15th of May 2014 pay 8.2 million dirham into Global Mashreq Bank's dirham-based account. Those commingled funds are then transferred on the 19th of May 2014 as an amount of 5,336,000 dirham into Accurate Mashreq dirham-based account, and then transferred in 2 payments over to Accurate Mashreq's US dollar account. The first payment is on the 27th of May 2014, equivalent to 1.7 million dirham, which is $462,710.94. And the following day, on the 28th of May, we have 4,545,800 dirham, which is equivalent to $1,237,289.06.
And then what happens to these accumulated funds in Accurate's Mashreq account?
Certainly, Chair, as soon as the funds are commingled into the Accurate account, which effectively acts as a piggy bank to facilitate one further transfer, on the 28th of May 2014, $5 million is paid from Accurate Mashreq's account into the account of Brookfield Consultants, which is a company based in the US, which, as I noted before, of which $1,105,368.16 emanates from Leeper.
Can I ask you now to turn to page 213 of Bundle 6, where you describe who Brookfield are?
$213.
213 at paragraph 114.
Certainly, Chair. The tax records filed in the US state of Texas show that...
Just hang on one second,
apologies.
Mr. Holden. Let me get there. Yes, I've found it, yes.
Thank you, Chair. The tax records that are filed in the US state of Texas show that the directors of, or the individuals who signed tax return information on behalf of Brookfield in the US are Ashish and Amal Gupta, who are relatives of the Gupta brothers. I do indicate here that there is an Annexure S of that tax. That's one of the annexures that appears not to be included in the bundle, which we'll need to resolve over the weekend.
Thank you. But can I ask you to go to Annexure T, which is an email in relation to this payment? It's at page 477. And can you describe to the Chair what this annexure is?
Certainly. What we have here is an email from Tony or Rajesh Gupta from his Sahara account that's sent on Wednesday, the 7th of May, 2014, and it is sent to Ronika Raghavan's Oak Bay email address and to AJ Gupta's, I think it's his Sahara address. And the subject is forward info, and the body of the text indicates that Tony Gupta was forwarding on a message that had originally been sent from Ramesh Gupta at the address rgupta666@yahoo.com, which he had originally sent 2 days before on the 5th of May to Tony Gupta and to Ashur Chawla. And what it provides is bank information for Brookfield Consultants so that the amount could be transferred across to Brookfield Consultants in the US.
And can I ask you to go to the bottom of the page where you'll see the email that Ramesh Gupta, a trailing email from Ramesh Gupta, which is how he describes the money that's going to be paid?
Certainly. So preceding that email chain, Ramesh Gupta writes to an individual by the name of Ken Haas. I'm afraid I haven't been able to identify exactly who that is. But the email reads, Ken, please send information for the money transfer from South Africa to Brookfield, same entity as it went from. It should include bank details and transfer instructions.
So the Gupta relative in America understood that this money that he was going to receive came from South Africa, and of course he was right, because it came ultimately from Transnet.
That's correct.
So even though this is a payment made in respect of a Transnet contract that ends up not in South Africa, but at a Gupta relative in the United States. Can we go to page 1105, where we look at the 5th tranche? And can you describe to the Chair what you see there?
Certainly, Chair. Sadly, this was the final tranche in relation to Leeper that...
I'm sorry, you said we should go to what page, Mr. Jaskowson?
Chair, it's 1105.
Oh, okay.
Bundle 6.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm ready.
And Mr. Holden, can you describe what you see there?
Certainly. Chair, this is unfortunately a tranche that I'm not able to complete the tracing on, as at this date, the Gupta Leaks records, the internal ledgers go dark for us. We have no idea where the funds go to from there. We are able to begin a small amount of the tracing. So it begins on the 9th of October 2014, flowing from Leeper into Accurate Standard Chartered Bank account in US dollars for $368,110. And that amount is dissipated pretty quickly. On the, apologies, I'm getting ahead of myself here. The second transfer in from Leeper is made on the 1st of December 2014, and that was for $270,840. And it's again paid into Accurate Standard Chartered Bank account. And then this essentially splits into two streams that we can trace. First, coming off to the left of Accurate Standard Chartered Bank account, we have two transfers, one made on the 9th of December 2014 for $20,000, and that goes into Fidelity Enterprises Mashreq Bank US dollar account. And on the 10th of December, so the following day, a further $20,000 is transferred from Accurate Standard Chartered Bank account into Fidelity Mashreq's US dollar bank account. And then...
So the one... There are two which were effected on the same date, is that right?
There's two. There's one that's made on the 9th, Chair, and one that's made on the 10th, both of 20,000.
Oh, I thought you had talked about two which were made on the 10th, and I thought you said 20,000 in regard to what seems to be 200,000.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. You are not there yet.
Yeah, I'm not there yet.
Yeah,
I'm still there. I was still busy addressing the left-hand
Okay.
side. And then returning to the right-hand side, as the Chair has correctly identified, on the 10th of December 2014, 200,000 is transferred from Accurate Standard Chartered bank account into Global's Bank of Baroda US dollar account, where it commingles with other funds. And on the 11th of December 2014, 243,000 is transferred from Global's Bank of Baroda US dollar account into Fidelity's Bank of Baroda US dollar account. And unfortunately, at that point, our records go dark and we cannot trace it any further.
Now, we've seen 5 tranches of payment from Leeper. They all end up, or they either end up in Gupta companies in South Africa or the United States, and the last one hasn't left a Gupta company in Dubai at the point at which we lose sight of it. Can you tell the Chair what other activity, if any, was taking place in the Accurate accounts over these periods?
Certainly, Chair. The Accurate account is relatively inactive. What we do see is a large number of transfers into and out of the account from other Gupta enterprise companies. For 2013, the only payment into Accurate Investments accounts that we see from outside of the Gupta enterprise is from Leeper. In 2014, we see Leeper again as a payee into those accounts, and one other payee by the name of VK Trading Hong Kong. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to determine exactly who that is. But what is very notable is that there are no expenses coming out of that account. There's no payment of salaries, there's no payment of office costs, there's no payment for any sort of physical infrastructure at all.
And maybe in that regard, can I ask you and the Chair to go...
I'm sorry. Much earlier, other than the movement of what you identified as money from Transnet, was there much activity in relation to Accurate showing that they were a company that was really operational other than just being used for money laundering?
Yeah, we do have certain records. Obviously, our records for Accurate only begin at the beginning of 2013 from the Gupta leaks.
Yeah.
But prior to the Leeper deposits, again, we see no activity that would indicate a functioning company that has staff or a physical premise.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you.
This tranche, the 5th tranche, there was a further point that I wanted to make in relation to it. The point at which the trail goes cold for you is a point at which all of those funds have ended up in Fidelity accounts. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Can I ask you to go to, and it's in December 2014 that the trail goes cold? That's
correct.
Can I ask you to go to Flow of Funds Bundle 5, page 636?
What's the page number again?
636, Chair.
636.
This is the Reserve Bank spreadsheet record of cross-border transactions of Fidelity. And can I ask you to look at that cross-border transaction on the 5th of January 2015?
Certainly.
What you see there? Sorry, Chair, are you at the page?
Yes.
Chair, what I see here is a payment in on the 5th of January 2015 into the Oak Bay Investments account. And over on the following page on 637, under the heading non-resident surname.
I'm sorry, at 636, did you say 5th of January 2015?
That's correct.
That's like the 4th or 5th. item from the top, eh?
That's correct,
correct,
Chair.
Chair.
In fact, make a note that it's the fourth item from the top, because that's how we'll follow it across the next pages, because this is one long line.
Okay. Yeah, just, Mr. Holden, just mention the point you make about that item. Just repeat the point you were making.
Certainly. So on the 5th of January, we see a flow in that is paid into Oak Bay Investments account, and the resident ID column, which is the second last column on the spreadsheet there, would be the CIPC registration number for Oak Bay Investments.
Okay.
And then on the following page, again, we have to trace the fourth entry because these are supposed to be read next to each other rather than one after each other. We see that the resident address is given as Oak Bay Investments registered address, and the payee under the non-resident surname entry is given as Fidelity Enterprises. And then finally, the RAND amount is given as 23,430,328 Rand and 54 cents.
Okay, now on page 637, I haven't identified. Just tell me where I see the relevant items.
Certainly, Chair. It's the fourth entry down.
Fourth entry from the bottom of the page.
From the top of the page.
From the top of the
Apologies,
page.
Chair.
That's Oak Bay, yes.
And then if you follow that to the right, we see the non-resident surname as Fidelity Enterprises.
Oh, that's the 23 million.
23,430,328.
Yeah, okay.
And 54. Then sadly, we have to go again over to the next page, as these are all supposed to be running contiguously. And if you look at the fourth entry down again, this is a flow of funds bundle 5, page 638. We have 4 entries down. An amount of the US dollar amount is $1.999970 million.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I must actually stop at that point. I can't make the, the further point that I was hoping I'd be able to make. Can I ask you to go to volume 5? I've taken you out of the topic that you were addressing, which is movement on the accurate accounts, because accurate was the party paid by Leeper. Can I ask you to go to page 113 of bundle 5? And can you tell the Chair what we're looking at here?
Certainly, Chair. This was submitted as Annexure A to my Estina report. This is the spreadsheet that I put together by scraping all the, or collating all the entries, the funds flow entries, and then creating a running balance to the right of that. And then organizing that by company, which I've now also put on screen because the printed version is incredibly difficult to read.
And do you see any receipts by Accurate, or any revenue coming into Accurate in this period of 1 March 2013 to 26 February 2014 that don't come either from a Gupta company or from Leeper?
On this spreadsheet, no, Chair.
I suppose in fairness to Leeper, we should point out that on the 12th of January 2014, there was a cash deposit of 10,000. Oh, but that goes out, sorry. Can I ask whether you see any payments out to any entity other than a Gupta entity?
I do not.
And that's for a period, that's for a full calendar year?
That's correct, Chair.
Thanks. Has Leeper ever tried to explain these payments?
Certainly, they issued one statement in October 2017, which I'm sure we'll turn to shortly.
Yes, let's turn then now. It's page 1, well, can you confirm that what we see at 1099 in bundle 6 is a Leeper statement?
Correct, Chair, that is Leeper's statement.
So to say 109 of...
1099 of bundle 6, Chair.
Or 1099.
That's correct.
Okay. Yes.
Can I ask you to read Leeper's explanation for these payments in this statement?
Certainly. So, as context, Leeper issued this statement in response to a media article that was published by Amu Bungani, which is an a group of investigative journalists who do excellent work, who indicated, based on the Gupta leaks, that Leeper had been paying money to Gupta enterprise companies. I will resume from paragraph 3 of that statement, if that makes sense.
Well, maybe we should start from paragraph 1. So.
Okay. It says, in an article published on July 17, 2017, a group of investigative South African journalists, Amu Bungani, mentioned Leeper Container Cranes Limited, based in Killarney, Ireland, in the context of an alleged kickback scheme related to supply contracts with Transnet and involving the sales agent Accurate Investments Limited. Leeper considers these allegations as very serious. The business practices described in the article are unacceptable to us. The commitment to integrity of conduct and to fair competition in markets across the world is part of our core values. In accordance with group policies, the ultimate holding company of the Leeper Group, Leeper International AG, therefore conducted an internal investigation into the matter. The results of this investigation show that the transactions under investigation were legally sound and not in violation of any applicable laws or regulations on the part of Leeper entities and employees involved. The selection of a sales agent such as Accurate Investments Limited to provide interface services to the end user during the tender, procurement and supply process is a practice which is common in the sales process for capital expenditure projects. It is also common that such a sales agent receives a nominal commission for the services provided in the event the tender, procurement and supply process is successfully completed.
Can I just stop you there? I think you've mentioned already the amount of the nominal commission that Accurate received in this case. Can you just refresh our memory if you translate it or give a dollar amount and then translate it into rands?
Certainly, Chair. The total amount that we can track from Leeper into Accurate Investments is $3,232,430.88, which is equal to 49,381,200 rand and 7 cents at today's exchange rate.
And that nominal commission, of course, is only what you can see, not what you know to be the total of what Leeper paid Accurate.
That's correct.
Can you continue with the Leeper statement?
In the case in question, Accurate Investments Limited was the sales representative selected by Leeper Container Cranes Limited. As required by the group's due diligence process, Leeper Container Cranes Limited performed background checks prior to entering into the agency agreement with Accurate Investment Limited. These background checks did not indicate any malpractice on the part of Accurate Investments Limited. The internal investigation report did observe, however, that the group's defined due diligence process might have been implemented in a more stringent manner, in this case, by pushing the performed background checks to an even higher level than the ones actually performed. Being aware of the increased risks associated when agents are included in any type of transaction, group companies, management, and employees must strive to ensure that the group's standard of scrutiny and diligence are complied with in day-to-day business.
I see. Have you ever tried to engage with Leeper over this quite extraordinary explanation in relation to the kickbacks that they pay to Accurate Investments?
Certainly, Chair. Prior to my submission that I made regarding Transnet and this flow of funds, I thought it appropriate to approach Leeper again a number of years later to ask them detailed questions about this contract and to get their response.
Can I ask you to turn to page 1107? Can you tell the Chair what we see there?
Certainly, Chair. We see an email that was sent from my email address to 3 individuals at Leeper. The first is Philip Hirth at Leeper.com. The second is Sandra Diella at Leeper.com. The third is Berenica Nordman at Leeper.com. And the email was sent on Wednesday, August the 12th, 2020.
And can you, I think, can you read your email to Leeper and the questions you asked them?
Certainly. I say, hello, my name is Paul Holden. I am currently Director of Investigations at Shadowworld Investigations, and I provide our URL address, SWI. SWI intends to publish a lengthy report on the capture of the South African state rail facility, Transnet, by the Gupta family and their extended network. This report includes a discussion of the contract entered into between Leeper Cranes Limited and Accurate Investments, the latter now well established as a front ultimately controlled by the Gupta family. Using internal accounting records, our report will trace how the funds paid to Accurate Investments by Leeper were used by Accurate Investments. This process has revealed that the funds paid by Leeper to Accurate were almost always immediately dissipated into other accounts controlled by the Guptas and ultimately used to pay for services delivered to the Gupta family. This includes, for example, using Leeper funds to hire actors and musicians to perform at the now notorious Sun City wedding of Vega Gupta. Prior to publishing our report, I was hoping that Leeper would be willing to answer the following questions, which I provide hereunder. We would include your responses in our final report and in any additional media coverage that flows from our findings. I would appreciate a response by end of business day, Friday, the 14th of August. And here I delve into the questions. I say questions. 1. On the 16th of October 2017, Leeper issued a press statement regarding allegations of kickbacks paid to assist Leeper Africa secure contracts for the supply of cranes to Transnet. The statement indicated that Leeper had found no evidence of wrongdoing after an internal investigation. Do you wish to add any further information to this statement or any further clarification? At question 2, I say, in the same statement, you clarify that Leeper Cranes Limited entered into a sales agreement with Accurate Investments. In this regard, question 2A, what services did Accurate Investments provide? Question 2B, at what date was the agreement with Accurate Investments entered into? 2C, what was the total value of payments made under the terms of this sales agreement when the last payment was made, and when was the agreement set to terminate? 2.D, who signed the sales agreement on behalf of Accurate Investments? Who else from Accurate Investments was Leeper in contact with regarding this contract and its fulfillment? 2.E, who signed the sales agreement on behalf of Leeper Cranes? Question 3, Accurate Investments is a Dubai-based entity with the sole Indian director, Sanjay Grover, who had no notable connections to South Africa. The company has no online presence or infrastructure, while the on-the-ground investigation suggests that it has no physical office. What possible interface services could this company have provided to Leeper Cranes? Considerable evidence has emerged showing that Accurate Investments was controlled by the Gupta family and formed one of a number of offshore entities based in Dubai used by the family to receive, launder, and dissipate funds. And I then link to an article which describes that process, and I ask, would you care to comment? The fifth question...
And 5 and 6 relate to other matters that we may address at another time in the Commission, but are not relevant to your evidence today. Did Leeper respond?
Certainly, they responded the following week on Wednesday, the 19th of August 2020. They wrote back to me. The individual who wrote back was Philip Hirth at Leeper.com, and they responded, Dear Mr. Holden, thank you very much for your message.
Sorry, are you reading now from page 1108?
That's correct.
1108, yes.
Dear Mr. Holden, thank you very much for your message. In 2017, we conducted an internal investigation into the role of Leeper Container Cranes Limited, based in Kalani Island, in the context of the processes you mentioned. In doing so, we took into account all the information available to us. In a public statement on October 13th of the same year, we made available the results of this investigation. Please find the original statement attached to our email.
And can I stop you there? Was that the statement that we read a short while ago?
That's correct, Chair. With the completion of the investigation report and the publication of the results, we consider the case to be concluded for us. We ask for your understanding in this regard.
Did you give them the understanding?
And did you understand?
I understood, but I did not agree.
Chair, that concludes Mr. Holden's evidence on Leeper. I'm hoping that it doesn't conclude the Commission's evidence on Leeper. We are now about to move to the Transnet side of the report, and that will require quite a detailed introductory lead-in to set the scene.
Yes.
So with your permission, Chair, I'd ask that we adjourn at this point and pick that up on Monday.
Yes, okay, all right. So we'll continue on, we'll have an evening session on Monday. That's when Mr. Holden will continue.
Thank you, Chair. And at what time should Mr. Holden make himself available on Monday?
I think maybe he should be here at 5. I think let's say 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Holden. But you will be back on Monday. Thank you very much. We'll adjourn for the day, and then next week during the day, I will hear evidence relating to ESCOM, and then in the evenings, I will hear evidence relating to money flows. Okay. It will be money flows throughout, Mr. Chaskalson, or there will be others that are not money flows?
There will be witnesses from McKinsey coming on Wednesday and Thursday next week.
Okay. All right, we'll adjourn for the day. Thank you. We adjourn.